Uh, I really love this title screen. So good. The little white kitty. Oh, you know what? I'm curious if that white kitty is a nod to uh it is a little bit younger, it looks like. Uh what was the cat? Zhangxi. Zhangxi is the only white cat in Judgment. Alright. So, previously on Lost Judgment, we're on our English MSQ only run, or MSQ focused run. Lots and lots to say about the subtle design choices and the expansion. I'll probably mention it quite a bit as we continue to use it. So, we are 6 months into the future. Like, it's been 6 months, and Kaito and Yagami was helping a client, Keiko, find out that her boyfriend was more or less scamming her. Her boyfriend was milking her for money to gamble at, kind of like a tucked away place playing Chohan. And that was to introduce back all the characters like Kamurocho and whatnot. And in that time, we get to meet the cast again, like Genda, Saori, Hoshino. We found out that Genda was his law office was contracted to defend. We'll remember his name. His name is Pivotal, but this guy was a cop who was accused and found guilty of groping in public. There was a phrase like anti something ordinance or something. It was a really funny trade word. Genda said it. And then he openly declared that he knew about a murder that happened in Yokohama. Ichinjo. At the same time, while we were Yagami and Kaito was solving Keiko's problem, Sugiura contacted Yagami for a job and informed Yagami that Sugiura and Tsukumo teamed up to start their own detective agency down in Yokohama in Ichinjo, and required that Yagami and Kaito join up because they're in a case that is over their heads. And it turns out the case deals with bullying in the neighboring high school, the Seirio high school. And we went into a big discussion about bullying and the principals, and I did a little update on what that type of situation is in Japan right now, and it seems like it might have intensified in terms. So this is a game that's going to touch upon that scene and maybe reveal some of the perspectives and the different thoughts about the current intensification and possibly increased frequency of bullying, especially in the high school context. I've shared a lot of my thoughts about that in a way, and potential alternative points about bullying, not just the common dialogue. The current conventional dialogue is that xenophobia is the conformity versus xenophobia. Those two elements are a driver. The whole idea of if a nail sticks out, right, it would be hammered down kind of idea. And I can see that. I don't feel that that would be wise to only follow that narrative, but you can see the contrasting perspectives now. So they eventually get down to Yokohama, had a meeting with the chairman of the school, and and they ended up going in a covert setup by setting up cameras in the school. In the meantime, when Yagami and Kaito first came down, they bumped into a bunch of the school kids, and yet again, Yagami ends up running into them at the school. So after a lot of rigmarole, the reason why they're setting up a camera is to catch evidence of bullying, and they did, and it turns out to be those same kids in a classroom with a teacher named Sawa-chan, or Sawa, and she's a very passionate teacher that's a proactive person, so she is introduced in the brainstorming. Yagami proposed a solution that didn't really sit really well with Sawa, but then the last thing we did was to set up speakers, and the idea is to give the idle students that are turning a blind eye to the bullying of a specific student a voice, and he was gonna try to use his voice to shift the power balance in the classroom. And that was something I touched upon, which everything seems to work out. I like that they're exploring something that would actually address some of my theories, and it's playing out. Obviously this is fictional, right? However, it's nice that they're introducing different ways of interpreting how one would approach normalizing bullying or trying to prevent bullying. And the chairman seems like an outstanding guy, very collected, and it is refreshing, in my opinion, to see even authority figures willing to take risks and sacrifice their reputation in order to seek alternative solutions, and maybe even desperate solutions, by hiring a lot of detectives to find preventive measures to bullying. Often when you're in a society, especially an Asian society like Japan, in my opinion, from the outside, it is very difficult to balance the weight of an adult's reputation to the public versus their obligation to youth. And a lot of times the narrative tends to be that it can be overlooked or avoided, non-confrontational. It's a strong aspect of a lot of Asian cultures, including my heritage, where public confrontations and preservation of one's face in public is incredibly weighted to the point where dealing with things and letting people deal with their own things and being non-confrontational is kind of the normalized response. And that is a breeding ground, in my opinion, for bullying, because it diffuses the defendant's influence and it diminishes their position of power. So anyone in the out group, right? Any outcast, even if you're a superstar or you're a loser, quote unquote loser by the standards, the social standards, you are both a non-conformist for overperforming and for underperforming. So those people do not have representations because of the face culture, usually. When confrontation happens, you try not to get involved or otherwise get associated with being targets. And it's kind of it was slightly unexpected for me that Yagami, as a character that's steeped in Japanese culture, presented a interesting solution that is very Americanized. And I can really see how this could be incredibly attractive to a Western audience when you see how Yagami is trying to resolve their solutions. And I am a fairly Westernized person, and I saw the solution coming where you would try to normalize and equalize the power balance. When you have less of a disparity in power, it still caters to the whole conformity thing. But what it does is it normalizes the power in order to supersede conformity. So if someone has, if there's a place where representation is balanced by power, someone that sticks out and becomes the target of bullying can get enough power to, create discussion, as opposed to leaving them singled out, which is kind of a story of any person who's multicultural in the United States. Representation creates a power equity, and that power equity creates dialogue that goes beyond the disparity between the two. So like if you have a really smart person, the context here is worth noting is Japan, all the people are Japanese, but there are other things that represent a similar bullying system, or like clout, right? If you're a minority figure, you don't need to overperform or underperform. You stick out with low equity. You stick out with low influence. So whether you overperform or underperform, it adds to that. But we're in a situation where everyone's Japanese. So then the focus would be what differentiates them then. However, as a multicultural person in a arguably one of the most diverse countries on Earth, if you happen to be a minority, that is you can draw a lot of parallelisms between not just sticking out from performance or underprivilege or socioeconomic status. You simply are born and seen that way. And often the conventional narrative in the United States, in a country like the United States, is to equivocate, like to equalize, or maybe normalize the influence of all the sides, or like equal representation, but it's still disproportionate to the reality. So like the minority group gets elevated representation, not necessarily proportionally accurate kind of thing. So a minority will be able to voice their concerns. So his approach is kind of like that, where it motivates the ones that are not part of the in-group to band together in order to share a force, an equal force that allows communication, and we get to see what happens. We finally we set up the speakers, and then we finally made our way outside the school, and we're gonna meet up with the guys and see what happens. That was a slightly long digression, but it's a very important topic. It's something that I spend almost the entirety of my life being close to. Still to this day, everything that I said shapes the way I view things. I have often been in the minority for pretty much everything. However, since I'm grown up in the United States, it has been far more forgiving and far more accepting because of the nature, the frequency, the heightened frequency of these occurrences. My educational background makes me in the minority. Oh yeah. Is this the guy that dropped the
Excuse
thing?
me. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Soda. Yeah. And we'll see how this works out. We gotta go back to Yokohama 99. Wait, can I pull up my skateboard at any time? I can. There we go. Skateboard! Ah! I'm not looking at traffic. Oh, ow. Okay. Oh, yeah, right. Okay. Oh, is this really a sidewalk? Am I going the right way? Yeah. Skateboard is a great addition, man. I turned down the wrong direction. I wanted to collect that, but apparently Yagumi's hitbox is as slim as his frame. Let's go! Oh, and he can jump too on the skateboard. Wait, that's not the elevator. This one. Alright.
Oh man, you almost got arrested and put on the sex offender list.
There's no way I'd screw things up that bad.
In all seriousness, those bullies got what was coming. I kinda wish you messed them up worse. That way, they'd never bother Koda-san again.
Yeah, but that wouldn't really
Thank you, Yagami. I was like, Sugiura, that's not how that works. It will not solve the problem. It might actually escalate and spread the problem. And Yagami, I just interrupted Yagami for his counterpoint.
solve the problem. Not everything can be settled with a fight.
Exactly.
Wow, look who's talking.
But that's where those speakers come into play, isn't it?
Yeah, if everything goes as expected.
Hey, you did everything you could, right? So we'll see what tomorrow has in store.
All right. Let's see what Yagami, the details of Yagami's approach. Sugiura, the whole like look who's talking kind of thing, that's a whataboutism. I don't. Whataboutisms are so dangerous because it's circumstantial. So like oh yeah, you lied before, and therefore all your lies have the same contextual circumstance. They don't. Once you take things out of context, you can always generally find examples of a whataboutism. Like if someone lives long enough, you can cite something that has occurred once without context, and it doesn't, I personally, when I hear that, is enough in casual conversations a lot of times for specific, I would say a vast majority of people making counter arguments. They would cite an example out of context, out of perspective, and that would be sufficient to place someone who is insecure about their position on their toes, and that would create a sense of guilt or weight to that accusation. But whenever that happens, when I hear that, it's like, that's weak. Sugiura made an incredibly weak jest. I mean, it might be out of humor and whatnot, but it's like saying, oh, look, what about every time you did something, did X, Y, and Z? It's a whataboutism. And it's one that is incredibly popularized in this day and age when it comes to having access to all the information, right? But what about this article that says this? Like, well, what about you having enough perspective? So, like, that kind of thing. So, it's really weak. It's actually so dangerous, in my opinion, that that's the standard approach in proving a point. You don't prove points by looking at whataboutisms. It's a very popularist attempt to make people, to gaslight people into believing something is a reality. And it diminishes the merits and the context of the current actions being taking place. Like, for example, an effective whataboutism happens a lot where someone goes out of their way and say, I'm successful enough and now I want to give back. But it's only because I am successful, I'm going to give back to the people that by the method and the people that I know how to give back. And then you have just a random stranger onlooker who says, but what about all the starving people on this planet? So you no longer contextualize. There's no context in that. You introduced a whataboutism to diminish someone who's already doing something, and you're comparing it to they have the ability, process, thinking to do one or the other. That is taking out of context because the perspective is this person could do nothing. That's what you're comparing with. Not that, or not A or B, is C, 0. That's the danger of what Sugiura just did. It warps perspective. Okay. All right. Let's go. This game, the topic in this game, there is a lot. It's gonna be a lot. In a way, I'm not entirely sure if I'm emotionally prepared for it. Hello, skateboarding. Awesome. I wonder what these points are for. Can I skate here? I doubt it, right? Yeah, these are crosswalks. Or sidewalks. Alright. The classic chime.
Yo. So, are you gonna come out to lunch with us or what?
Don't you have anything more to say than that, Koda? Get your ass up. Come on. Matsun's really not in the mood to deal with your shit today.
I'll just eat lunch here, okay?
Huh? You're giving us lip now? I guess you won't be needing this stuff then.
We told you to get your ass up, you little slut. Oh, maybe you've started fucking guys on your lunch break now?
You're out here living the dream, aren't you?
Enough! Get your ass up!
What's the fucking holdup, Koda? You should be thanking us for even inviting you to come.
So slow. I can't fucking stand you.
Well, damn. So much for my appetite. You guys are making me sick.
Hey, who the fuck said that? We're making you sick, huh? You guys talking about us?
You see anyone else being assholes? Of course he's talking about you.
Yeah, I've about had it with you punks. This shit's getting old.
The fuck?
Ganging up on the same girl day after day make you feel real big?
Unfucking believable that it takes 3 of them to do the job.
Seriously, you guys? You're taking Koda's side here? You know she's just a whore, right?
You okay, Koda-san? Just ignore these losers.
How low can you go? Calling someone a whore isn't gonna win you any points.
Right? Let's hear it for the picture of purity over here.
What the hell? Hey!
She can dish it, but she can't take it. Hope the boys are watching.
What?
What the fuck, man? If you want to talk shit, say it to my face.
What part of this don't you understand?
Yeah. You know what, guys? It's true. You guys just need to leave her alone.
He's right. He's totally right. What's your problem with her anyway?
Yeah, Koda didn't do anything wrong, guys.
Exactly. So back off Koda-san already.
Stop acting like little punks. Get the hell out of here.
When you guys going to lunch, go choke on a chopstick.
Oh, how does it feel now?
Just get going, would you?
Yeah. Toss him out.
What in the hell is going on here?
Hey, Matsu. Fuck this.
Yeah. Let's just go.
Fuck it.
Wow. I've never seen those kids band together like that.
They all knew what was going on in there now. It can be hard to speak up even when you know something happening right in front of you is wrong. Not so different from adults, right?
Yagami-san, was
That is the deep cut earlier when I was talking about a face culture.
just witnessed part of your plan?
It's just psychology. There's this concept called the
The bystander effect. Bystander effect along with coupled with diffusion of responsibility. It's a really classic one that you tend to learn in like psychology 101. Yeah. I figure they talk about that at some point.
effect. According to the psychologists, when a person witnesses an incident, there's 3 things that run through their mind if other people are in the vicinity. 1. If no one else acts, it must not be urgent. 2. If no one else acts, I don't have to take action either. And 3. If I take action alone, I'll embarrass myself. The result? Everybody stands there and nobody takes action. I just figured if I could get even one person to step up and raise their voice, it would spur the rest of them to push past their inability to act. Penguins are the same way. You ever seen a flock of them hesitating to take a leap into the sea? One takes the first plunge and the others all start following after him.
The first penguin, you say? It's a fascinating term for a display of bravery. I've heard it said that overseas in America, the first penguin is a symbol of respect.
Yeah, there it is. Yagami's approach is incredibly Americanized, as I was mentioning yesterday. So that type of scene, it was a little bit I would say slightly too rapid, but for the sake of a video game, these things don't just happen like on a one take. However, they went with a more romantic, dramatized way, so it can come off as a slightly an unbelievable thing or slightly cringy to some people, but that is effectively the truncated version of what that approach is to diffuse that. And it is not a coincidence that they have cited America, the United States specifically, as one a reference. It is a common narrative, and it is an approach that is commonly trying to be done to. It's a more conventional approach than it is what they were insisting here and there already in earlier in this game, what they would try to do to focus on mitigating bullying. So it's kind of nice. It's a little cross it's kind of like a little cross culturalism inspiration, and I think that's great. That's one of the, it's a compromise, right? Because if you're a country that is really prideful and nationalistic, it can be very difficult to retain your own identity and like homoculturalism while trying to take inspiration or look to other cultures to integrate that stuff, their like approaches. So it can be very non-receptive, and that's kind of also what is exaggerating and intensifying bullying in general. It's normalizing xenophobia, where like if it's not part of our culture, we must come up with a solution within our culture as opposed to trying to adulterate the culture with inspirations from other country. On this side of it, like I'm on the side where I have been born and raised in the United States. The norm is the other way around, where there's a constant struggle and concern for maintaining one's identity in the homocultural background while normalizing heterocultural solutions and like assimilation or blending, like mixing. And it's like the priorities are reversed. And it's kind of nice to see a Japanese game that are concerning with not just a Japanese specific problem, it's a human condition problem. However, making it contextualizing it in Japan and showing that there's some amenability, being amenable to other perspectives. And they use their lead character in this case to implement something that is incredibly westernized, but largely more of an American thing.
So for Yagamishi, that would mean your voice was the first penguin in that classroom.
I can't say for certain this resolved your bullying problem.
No, it has to be consistent.
Here's hoping it's at least a good first step.
Yeah, good first step. That's really well said and well written. You have to establish a core foundation for equal representation.
They're gone.
As in equal representation in terms of total influence. The literal amount of people may not be the same, but using pragmatism to weigh that is not sufficient because it is unsaleable if there are fewer people and more people of something. There's generally going to be a majority and a minority, pragmatically speaking. But one thing that can circumvent that is intellectual influence and power, right? The mind collaborative nature can equalize what otherwise is an unsaleable problem. That is, there are people who are less in number and there are people who are more in number. Collectively, not like literally, but both figuratively and literally. And that's what, in my opinion, is something that's normalized in the United States because it's a constant thing. You always about representation. In the United States, that's the centerfold. It's a lot less prominent in cultures that are far more homogeneous, and those countries have their pros and cons, like trade-offs and compromises. Everyone's in agreement. So when you're in agreement, large agreements create standardization. So standardization allows lots of rules, right? Lots of rules that are obeyed. But the flip side is anyone who ends up on the fringe will get hammered down by conformity. And since the rules reign supreme, those individuals fall by the wayside. In the United States, the normalization is to try to accommodate that and then finding an identity. So the stuff that you in Japan per se take for granted, which is the ability to always collectively have rules, decorum, and homogeneous nature of like performance standards and what is conformity, like increased conformity, at the sacrifice of increased conformity, the United States tend to have to tackle diversity conflicts and then vice versa. So it's often a really interesting dynamic when you go from country to country to see how it reflects what is more or less the demographics of the country. and it's kind of nice. It's kind of heartwarming in a way. It's very appealing, I would say, to an American audience that this specific MSQ right now on bullying.
You should be safe from them for a while.
I don't think this is the reality, though. So one thing I think RGG is trying to highlight here is perhaps times are changing, because like this issue has escalated and increased actually, just based on my evening yesterday of looking. I used to follow this up to a point, and then it kind of fell off, and then now I'm picking it up again because of this game's context. I think it's intensified and probably increased in frequency. So the idea is this problem isn't necessarily unchanging, as in it's not steady state. It's actually getting worse. So it's kind of neat to highlight something like this. But I think the reality is something like this is an encouragement and a statement to take into consideration. It might not offer the solutions per se or remediate the problem, but it is a worthwhile chance. And that's exactly what Yagami said yesterday when we were, or the last time we played. And the reality right now is, though, this stuff probably doesn't work out this way. Or it's not even considered as an approach in the vast majority of schools in Japan. It's very counterintuitive and can create a lot of conflict of interest with Japan's strengths, like their cultural strengths. So when you have this blending and stuff, you still end up compromising certain things, like rules, hierarchy, decorum, social norms. They tend to be traded off. So standards could become muddled and whatnot, which is the stuff that the United States tend to struggle with, like standardization of education. Public educations vary dramatically. However, they are able to handle a lot of more variability because it's normalized to have variability. However, because of variability, standards don't gravitate. They're not consistent standards across the country. Trade-offs. Pragmatic trade-offs. This warms my heart, obviously, because even when I say this, in my childhood, this was insurmountable. As instead of being an American in an American environment, I was seen as an outsider, regardless of what I do, because I was a minority in my environment, for better or for worse. Sometimes there are upsides and downsides. Like being a minority allows you to stick out, and sticking out is kind of a very individual. It works to the advantage of an individualistic country to some extent. It also makes you the target of it too, like in her situation. One has to say, though, it's double-edged in Japan. At least that's how the impression is. She might be being bullied because she's attractive. Like she's above average in attractiveness. So for both the desirable state uniqueness and below. So in this case, it's not undesirable traits. She's probably very far more attractive, and that's why the strong language of suggesting that lots of people want to sleep with her and whatnot. That so it does, in my experience in the United States, you can get good things, and those good things actually still benefit you. You get, I'm gonna call them special treatment, which, as a person who's Chinese, special treatment doesn't necessarily go a long way. However, I like to put in the work as well, just like everyone else. However, it isn't a double thing where if I stick out doing well, I don't get commended for it. In the United States, it's very acceptable for someone who excels. However, it is coupled with being targeted by discrimination. It's just not as intense as this way because it's not about conformity more than sticking out too much. And usually when you stick out for good things, they do not come back and hit you harder, at least in the United States. It's less. Japan is being this type of thing is works both ways. Conformity is indiscriminate, for better or for worse, and that's kind of what is a contrast between the United States and Japan when it comes to implementing this type of solution. Sometimes it's nice to stick out and be presumed in good graces. It's unfortunately this doesn't lead to good things in Japan. It means you just stick out even more. So it's kind of nice. It's really heartwarming that that's how they depicted the resolution of, or at least the first step in this event. I don't think it happens.
What do you say
most
we
of the time,
monitor
though.
the situation for now? Might not be wise for adults to intervene just yet.
I suppose your plan has worked out for the better. But
For
it
now.
should be teachers and administrators handling these matters, not detectives.
You know what? I couldn't agree more.
Exactly. Me too.
Then if you'll excuse me.
It should be that way. I would say it's very appropriate. Just Sawa is incredibly passionate, and she's also very idealistic. And as much as Yagami and myself, I would agree, like teachers and the people closest should ideally be the individuals, but man, that is often not the case. It not even during my childhood and years. You can see that they make attempts like Sawa. Sawa is going to make attempts, but these things are so rooted in the compromises you make or the constant balance and struggle between diversity, embracing diversity, or conformity. And it's another deep cut into what resources teachers have compared between the United States and Japan. It's a really deep cut for what resources teachers have overall in the United States, which we won't go into. However, I'm not familiar with what authority, like the extent of authority that teachers have in Japan, in Japanese classes.
Oh, come on, man. Lighten up a little. You didn't have to rub it in her face.
You know what she thinks? She thinks we're some bums off the street trying to meddle in academic affairs.
Well then, I apologize on her.
It's the xenophobia again. It happens in adults too. So like not being open even based on expertise, that's gatekeeping. A lot of times like this is my job and this should be my problem. I should be handling this because it is my job. And it closes off people from taking inspiration from a different perspective. And I say this is just another extension of normalizing conformity. And it's very reasonable and pragmatic, and you can agree with it on paper. However, it also limits growth, and it creates pride and arrogance, which is very useful if what you're doing works really well. So whatever works, like if a country has a lot of things that just work, pride, arrogance, gatekeeping, that stuff, it consistently allows the country to thrive and uphold their standards. It also makes it difficult to adjust and adapt when a new problem comes up because they become refractory, like they become very non-amicable, like non-open to alternatives, especially outsiders. And in this case, Yagami and Co. are outsiders. They aren't teachers. That doesn't necessarily mean they are incapable of offering a different perspective. In the United States, that happens less because of individualism input. The whole idea of, opinions matter, like everyone's entitled to their opinions. You can choose not to accept it or not. However, because of that one bigger normalization, you constantly have conflicts of interest. And that makes it lowers the barrier for getting into that position. So like teachers often do take inspirations from outside, from other people's perspective, from other professions and whatnot, more often. I'm not going to say it's like everyone or incredibly significantly like more than Japan, just it's more, I would say, because of the cultural differences.
Her behalf. But Yagami-san, that was some magic you worked there. Hard to admit this at my age, but I learned quite a bit from what you did.
I wouldn't go that far.
Good stuff, Yagami-san.
Naturally. I knew you would deliver.
Huh?
Oh, this is with the court case.
Sorry, I have to take this.
I don't remember the guy's name yet.
This is Yagami.
This is Shirosaki. Do you have a minute?
Sure.
Saori. Shirosaki is
I have a
their
rather urgent request for you.
family name.
It concerns a trial we've been involved with.
Listen, sorry-san. I'm a little busy. I don't know if I can take a rush job at the moment. We aren't even in Kamucha right now. Actually, I'm in Yokohama.
Really? That's interesting.
I'm helping Sugiura out with a case for his new agency. We're on site right now. At Serio High School. Sorry-san? You there?
Serio High?
So, we know from last time that the guy they were defending happens to be talking about a crime that happened where they are now. So the coincidence is palpable here. So this is where they're just putting together the coincidence. We have omniscience when it comes to both the case. Yagami is unaware of what happened in the courthouse. Like, to some extent.
Somewhere near Ijincho? Is that the school?
Have you heard of it?
A college-age student teacher from that school went missing about 2 months ago. It was all very sudden.
Huh. I think I heard something about that, actually.
He himself was a Serio High graduate. He'd returned to his alma mater to finish his teaching credential.
Just a sec. How do you know so much about this?
The teacher's name is Hiro Mikoshiba, and his body was discovered a few days ago. They found him in one of Ijincho's abandoned buildings.
That's the opening scene.
The body was badly decomposed, but Kanagawa police have just released his identity. Moments ago, in fact.
Moments ago?
This gonna end today?
Thing is, someone else knew Mikoshiba was dead, before the police even confirmed it. A sex offender,
Yeah.
Akihiro Ehara.
Ehara
defended
is-
him in court.
Ehara is
The day
his name,
Mikoshiba
yeah.
disappeared, Ehara was arrested at the station for groping. He's also an active duty officer.
So you're saying he committed the murder too?
No. The victim was still alive while Ehara was at the station in Tokyo committing sexual battery. He was caught and arrested on the spot. And he's been in jail for the 2 months since.
So if I have this right, he has an alibi for the murder?
Right. But there's more to it. A few days ago, someone lit flares at the location of Mikoshiba's body. It obviously couldn't have been Ehara, so I suspect that's the real culprit. But whoever that is somehow connected to Ehara.
Yeah. Otherwise, there's no other way he could have known about the body.
Exactly. There's clearly more to Ehara than an officer turned groper. more than likely, he's an accomplice to murder.
Okay. So do we have a motive?
4 years ago, Ehara's only son hung himself in their home. He was a student at Seiryou High at the time. And the way—
Oh no. Yeah, and the way this is going, yeah, bullying. Yeah.
Ehara sees it, his death was the result of bullying.
Yeah, so it lines
hands
up.
of his
That's fair enough.
classmate,
We already knew
Mikoshiba.
that.
You mean it's
That
revenge?
he lost his son.
In that case,
His son was driven to suicide as what he allegedly claimed as a consequence of bullying.
could he possibly have hired someone else to kill the guy in his stead?
It's highly likely. As for my request,
This bullying, the emotional damage and mental stress from bullying leading to suicide is a thing that occurs far more than one wants to admit, especially in this case in Japan. So it's a tough situation.
I'd like to see what you can find out. Mikoshiba's murder is too suspicious. Up until today, I wrote Ehara off as just another train groper. But he got arrested for that on the exact day that Mikoshiba was killed. It can't be a coincidence.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better alibi than being arrested for a different crime, right? Otherwise, the cops would have pinned him as suspect number one.
But groping as an alibi? Why go to all that trouble? There had to have been a better way than that. I'm worried. As his attorney, I have to admit there's a chance Ehara planned this, which means I've made a critical oversight. Even worse, I let a misguided court issue a verdict. I can't allow that to stand. I need to reconsider both the harassment and the murder, because I think the truth is these cases are one and the same.
All right. Well, what can I do for you?
Can you see if anyone at Seiryou High will talk about Mikoshiba? Right now, we need more information. And the first thing we should focus on is how and why he disappeared. That could give us a lead.
So, does it mean you're hiring me?
It does. Consider it an official request, if you would.
Okay, I'm on it. No better feeling than when the jobs line up perfectly.
That is fair. Wait, was that the end of chapter 1? Dang. Alright. I gotta quickly go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh. Get ready. Oh, they still kept the previously thing.
Ijincho,
I like it.
Yokohama. A harbor town where rotting secrets rarely stay uncovered. The deceased was a student teacher who had vanished from a high school Yagami was investigating. Yet the linchpin to this case, a police officer named Ohara, was arrested for a different crime, a train groping that shocked the nation. Upon hearing the verdict, Ehara gave the court an ominous revelation, that the son he had lost was avenged.
If I had to take a jab, Ehara was acting out his vengeance and his vigilantism for a student teacher that had stood by and not did anything about it. And it's a sad lose-lose situation where it can turn someone who is incredibly rational and loving into someone who is malicious, only to punish someone who isn't necessarily uh the person who meditated to precipitated the situation, but more been the receiving end and becoming the victim of another crime for inaction. And in this case, inaction can be being complicit in propagating a symptom of a system or a culture. And it's such a lose-lose. It's like feels bad all over the place. At least in my opinion. I'm not a stranger to this type of narrative.
Before I go all in, can we go over the defendant's profile? That way I'll have something to work with.
Sure. Akihiro Ehara, age 53, senior officer with Tokyo PD, convicted of sexual battery. He'd been stationed in Shinjuku and lived alone in Tokyo. That is, until his arrest.
Lived alone? Unmarried then?
His wife moved to Yokohama without him 7 years ago, when their son Toshiro started at Seiryo High. Toshiro-kun ended up taking his life in his 3rd year. That's 4 years ago if you're counting.
And the couple never reconciled, huh?
Apparently his wife wanted nothing to do with him from that point on. That's it for personal details.
All right.
As for the charge, Ehara's maintained his innocence. He's had no luck getting him to budge. Mind you, the prosecution has plenty against him. Security camera surveillance, eyewitness footage, even trace evidence gathered on scene.
The same footage the media was plastering on TV?
Yes, although some of it was edited for privacy or length, but it painted a clear enough picture.
Hard to dispute something you can see right in front of you.
True.
And what about when they handed down the verdict? Ehara flew off the handle or something?
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
Your Honor, in a warehouse, about 3 days ago, a body turned up in Yokohama. The body belongs to a guy named Hiro Mikoshiba. 4 years ago, this man took my son from me by driving him to commit suicide.
Ehara seemed convinced that Mikoshiba had bullied his son, and to get his justice, he
Okay.
even took Seiryo High to
Maybe
court.
not.
However, the court ruled against him, claiming there was no substantial evidence of bullying.
So the student teacher allegedly bullied the son directly.
I still need to dig into the court record of that case to see if there's anything of value.
Sounds like I'm on deck then. I've got someone involved in the case right in front of me.
Who?
The chairman of Seiryo High himself.
Are you talking about me?
Man, come on. This guy's nice. When they were having the conversation about the dinner, around the dinner in that new place, Kyoninko or something, Kyoninro. But people in a position of power tends to deal with reputation and like cover-ups. I feel like this guy might end up being either a casualty, a collateral in the crossfire out of like desperation or pressure pressure point from another other circumstances, or there's a high chance he might have been complicit and colluded in a cover-up.
I don't know how you pull these things off,
It is
Yagami-san.
possible.
But let me give you a word of caution.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Mikoshiba's murder hasn't been made public yet, so please don't go around talking about it, especially at his school. The Kanagawa police will investigate the school soon enough, and if they find out everyone already knows...
They'd show us the door, lock it behind them, and probably charge us with obstruction.
It's very reasonable.
Oh, and before I send you Mikoshiba's photo, there's one last thing you should know.
What's that?
Ihara's ruling was the day before yesterday. That means we only have 13 more days to potentially file an appeal.
If we don't appeal in 2 weeks, the court will assume we had nothing left to argue.
If we don't make our move, Ihara will walk out of court with a sex offense charge and a minor slap on the wrist. And once his case is closed, it would take a miracle to get it reopened, even if there had been a critical oversight.
Right.
I'm sorry to give you a time limit instead of a viable solution.
Don't worry. I'll have to make do. For now, let's just keep in touch.
Thanks, and good luck.
Yo, what was that about?
Sorry. Give me one more sec.
Okay.
Actually, Kaito-san, can I fill you in later? I need to get some answers from the chairman.
All right.
May I help you with something, Yagami-san?
You sure can. Only thing is, where to start?
Yeah, we can't reveal. Okay. But there's no harm in asking questions.
Remember how you
him.
told me about a student teacher went missing?
Oh,
This is him, right? Hiro Mikoshiba.
How do you have that photo? But yes, that's him.
I'd like to ask a bit about him in relation to a separate investigation.
What is it you need to know? Did something happen to him?
I'm afraid I can't give you any details. This request comes from a very close colleague. I'm sure you understand. It's a matter of detective-client privilege. I know that isn't much consolation. But if it's any comfort, I would never disclose anything about your case either.
But don't you see? Mikoshiba-kun was officially reported missing. Please, can you tell me something?
I promise. I'll tell you everything I can when I can. But for now, let me ask the questions.
Very well. Go ahead.
I'll start with the basics. Mikoshiba-kun was a graduate here, correct? And that's why he came back to train as a teacher?
That's correct.
How long was he supposed to be here?
3 weeks, originally. He'd nearly finished his time with us. But one day he simply stopped coming. It was as if all was well, then suddenly he was gone. Or at least that's how I'd heard it.
Were you two not that close?
No. We'd had barely exchanged a word since he arrived.
Pretty standard, yeah.
Wasn't there a pretty dark rumor about Mikoshiba-kun 4 years back? Something about how he drove a student to suicide?
You mean what was dredged up online? Yes, I'm aware of it. However, in the subsequent lawsuit, that rumor was put to rest. The court found no evidence of bullying.
But you had your doubts, didn't you? So you called on us to take a deeper look.
Well, yes. But let's not get confused. The tragedy from 4 years ago does weigh on us. But we've washed our hands of the matter.
Well, you say that, yet I can't help circling back to the same question. Why would the head of a school hire detectives to monitor his students in secret? Potentially even out of pocket.
Yeah.
Well, for one thing, it would reflect poorly on our institution were I to openly suspect our students.
I mean, that's
then
fair.
There's the issue of bullying being recorded and shared online.
Sure.
You know what kind of firestorm that can cause. I should mention, I'm the one who takes the fall for it. My own privacy be damned. So of course I would opt for secrecy.
That's fair. But what that still doesn't answer is why this is happening now.
I'm not sure I follow.
Something must push the chairman to taking action. Like, why now? Why 4 years? Or even 3 or 4 years? Like, the timing seems so it seems conspicuous. It, so what would push him? Maybe Ehara has something, like maybe he's connected with the chairman and he has some sort of leaked information, or the report of trace elements scans immediately after his arrest. The trace fibers detected on match the fibers of victims. No, that's helpful. Probably this. I don't know what the difference. A video recorded on a smartphone taken by one commuter. It shows getting pinned down by the footage has aired. We're just gonna go with this. Maybe he recognized this person.
Could this be what riled you up?
But this is...
This is footage of Akihiro Ihara 2 months ago, captured up in Tokyo. The man was an active duty police officer, so of course it made the rounds in the media. But you already knew all that. After all, he's the one who sued your school on account of what his son endured here. Bullying that led to suicide.
Well, that's undeniable.
And now that he's in the spotlight, any more problems at Serio would lead people to start connecting the dots.
Yes.
The police would dig up that suicide in no time.
Yep.
Regardless of whatever the court had ruled. They might even reach the conclusion you had covered the whole thing up.
Yep. Skeletons in the
feeling
closet.
That's why we're really here. To prevent another mess on your hands.
Oh, I see now. Our job's to sniff out any bullying. Then you sweep it under the rug.
That's simply not true. At least, that wasn't my intention.
You sure about that? The thought never even crossed your mind?
Perhaps it did. The scenario you described was painfully accurate.
Yeah, we saw this
Every time I saw Ihara-san on TV,
from a mile away.
I grew sick with worry that it could all boil over on us here at any moment.
I can assure you, Chairman, I'm not here to cause any trouble. I only want to learn about Mikoshiba-kun.
In that case, you should speak with Sawa-sensei. She was his teaching mentor.
Oh,
Her.
dang.
Great. That's my luck.
Yeah. Just
see?
Coincidences continue.
You should have stayed on her good side.
Of course it's Sawa.
So, would you like me to call her back here?
No, thanks. I should go see her myself. Do a bit of smoothing over.
In that case, you may want to go downstairs and see if she's in the faculty room. She should still be on lunch.
Perfect. I've got another chance to shoot my shot.
Sorry, Kaito-san, but I'm fielding this one alone. Tsukumo, you guys can clear out too.
What? You're benching all of us? Just like that?
I don't understand the meaning of this, Yagamishi.
If I had time to explain, I would. Just trust me on this for now.
Man, they come a long way to do the in-game, in-game scenes when they're talking. They're coming a long way to make the camera angles and the stuff be a little bit more flattering, and the animations and the classical head nodding and whatnot. Pretty nice. It doesn't feel as stilted as a lot of modernized versions, like competitors. You really could see and feel the guy they hired, the English voice actor they hired for Okuba. I really like his it's that performance has a lot of character to it, like his voice and his speech pattern and stuff. It really breathes into a chairman's position. Who's that goober right there?
I'm sorry. Did you need something, sir?
Oh, is Sawa-sensei here?
She should be back shortly. May I ask who's waiting for her?
Well, no one's special, really. I just need to have a quick word with her is all. Maybe you could tell me where her desk is?
It's right over there. The one with all the English books.
Thank you.
Clues for connections.
Suspicious.
Photos of students, but their uniforms aren't from Serio. Is one of them, Makishiba? Keep forgetting his name. High school days, Relatable students. Oh, that might be him. Another photo in the back. Does that kid go back to? Huh. Interesting.
What are you doing here? I thought you'd have gone by now.
Yes, well, I need to ask you a couple things.
Such as?
Such as how close you were to Hiro Mikoshiba.
What?
I heard from Chairman Okuda you were mentoring him as a teacher. I believe this was 2 months ago?
Why do you, of all people, want to know?
Did you notice anything unusual before he disappeared? Any sign of trouble he might have had?
I can't say for sure. He just stopped showing up one day. Really, that's all I know.
Is that really all you can tell me? Nothing jogging the memory?
I said that's all.
Interrogating someone nothing to go on isn't very effective. Maybe I should come up.
You know what? Let's start over.
Okay.
Why don't we talk about him as a student? You were already a teacher here by then, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Back when a student here committed suicide, there were rumors online about how it could have been caused by bullying. And Mikoshiba-kun's name came up as one of the potential bullies.
Yes, but those were just rumors.
So he wasn't involved in any teasing?
I teach English, and that's what I was focused on. So as far as I knew, Mikoshiba-kun was a good student with solid grades back then. And during his time in training, I was under the impression he got along with the students just fine.
He's not the type to bully then?
I would say no.
Then why would those rumors exist in the first place?
You're asking the wrong person.
Things weird going on. This isn't consistent with her reaction to Koda-san getting bullied. That is fair.
4 years ago, the court determined this school was not responsible for a bullying-related suicide.
You mean Ahara-san's lawsuit? The father of the student who died and an officer in Tokyo? He was arrested the other day. Well, I'm sure you've seen the news.
Yes, but what of it? What exactly is the point you're trying to make here?
I believe Ahara-san still thinks his son killed himself because of Mikoshiba-kun.
Let me ask you something, Yagami-san.
By all means.
What are you trying to accomplish? Didn't you finish this whole business with the chairman? If that wasn't enough, you got security called on you. You clearly have zero regard for anyone here. You should have had the sense to leave long before now.
Believe me, once I learn what I need about Mikoshiba-kun, I'm gone.
In that case, you've already got everything you need from me.
One last question. You and the chairman both mentioned how Mikoshiba-kun got along with the students here. Anyone in particular that he was close to?
The kids in the basketball club? Mikoshiba-kun was in that club back when he was a student. Apparently, he was showing up to their practices.
The basketball club? That includes the gang from before, right?
Yes. They all spent quite a bit of time with him.
Basketball?
All right. With that, I'll get out of your hair. Appreciate your time, Matt. Sawa-sensei.
Just a minute!
I really like that they do micro movements with their eyes. Like even when they're staring straight, they have started working on either doing something that adds the micro movements, but the eyes are constantly just jittering a little bit left and right. And then when they do gross movements, it's very it's the classic stuff, but the micro movements are great. Makes it avoids the lifeless uncanny valley thing when you have your head standing still and whatnot.
Kaito-san, you there? Tell me you're still on campus.
Why? You suddenly decide you need me after all?
Man, don't be like that.
You enjoy playing teacher's pet with Sawa-sensei?
You mean, did I enjoy getting eviscerated by her? She hates my guts at this point. That aside, I did get some interesting intel, and that's where you come in.
Huh? What for?
I want to find those bullies in the basketball club. Think you can fly the pigeon for me?
So I do have a purpose. Ain't that something? All right then, it's drone time.
Thanks. I'll start scoping out the gymnasium.
Yeah, even when he's standing there and talking, you have like the slight movement around the eyes, all the eyes and the blinking slight movements, and then the eyes juddering in slightly in place. So nice. A really nice detail. No lifeless eyes. Alright, time to find these peps. Again. Third time's the charm, I suppose. Yeah, Koda-san. Oh, perhaps. What's your connection with the deceased? That's a pretty good looking basketball bounce.
Close one. Almost got it. You're Koda-san from Class 2 too, right? Basketball too?
Yeah?
You have a second? I have some questions about a student teacher who taught classes here named Mikoshiba.
Ow!
Really?
Yo, you read me talk? That posse of little shitheads just went strutting into the gym with some bats.
Kaito-san, can you at least try to warn me a little sooner next time?
Why? You worried?
Hey! Why are you still here, asshole? Who the hell are you anyway?
Talking pretty big for taking a cheap shot while my back was turned.
You had it coming, shady old fuck!
Coda! Hey, you been spilling anything to this guy?
I didn't say anything.
I'll fill you in. I was asking her about Mikoshiba, a student teacher who disappeared from school not too long ago. You guys know him, right? The basketball club would.
Don't bother trying to talk to us like we're your fucking friends, asshole.
I wanna bash your fucking skull in. You'll die before I tell you shit.
You wiped the floor with us yesterday. Only fair for you to take a handicap.
I don't mind at all. Sure. All good. But it's still gonna be pretty one-sided.
You're so full of shit. I'm gonna kick your ass!
Oh, we already did this. Yep. Snake style.
Let's go.
Let's grab weapons. Oh. Thank you.
Come on!
Ooh. Man. It's so good. Holy heck. The combat is so good. Man. It looks so good as well.
You've got a lot of guts for your age, kid. But come on. You really need a better outlet for all that aggression.
Let me go!
Just what on earth is going on in here?
Hey. Let's roll out.
I'm gonna do you a favor here and leave out the part about the bats.
Huh? Are you even listening?
Yes, ma'am. We were just horsing around a bit. Right?
Just horsing around is right.
You really are unbelievable. Why are you attacking defenseless students on their school property? How many times must I tell you to leave our school alone?
For what it's worth, the chairman asked me to be here.
Oh, good. Let's drag him into this. How should our chairman explain you to the mob of irate parents that will be at his door any second now? Don't worry, there's a very good reason we hired these ragtag detectives to spy on and beat up your kids.
Not the words I'd use.
If I hear anything else about you, anything, I'm going straight to the press. I'm under no obligation to cover for anyone. Oh, and your attire is atrocious. When you show up at a school, at least try to look the part. Now go home.
Ouch. Low blow. Low blow, lady.
You hear all that, Kaito-san? I have a funny feeling I'm not wanted here. Can I talk to the chairman real quick?
I'm afraid Sawa-sensei has made her point clear. Perhaps it's best you take your leave. After all, you've satisfied the bulk of my request.
Wait. Okay, how about this? You can hire me on as a teacher. That way, I can stay on campus no problem, right?
No way.
But you can't teach without a license. You don't happen to have one, do you?
No, but I do have a lawyer's badge. How's that for certification?
You're a lawyer? Well, that certainly is a respectable position, but it's not exactly a license to educate.
Can't we work something out?
I'm afraid something isn't specific enough. Although, there is always the off chance that you can serve as an outside consultant. A guidance counselor, perhaps.
That's fair.
Oh, yeah. Like a club advisor.
Oh,
do you happen to have a kung fu
dang.
club? I've got a few tricks I could show some kids.
No,
what is it?
There's nothing of the sort.
Come on.
And on that
mini
note,
game.
I believe each club already has an advisor assigned.
Do you start a new club?
That's unfortunate.
Me again. I say it's time we hightailed it out of here.
Baseball.
No use sitting around on our asses, right?
Basketball.
Why don't you meet us back here and we'll go?
I can't.
Dance club.
Not until I find something for Sari-san.
Sorry.
Suit yourself. Don't work too hard now.
Got positions that need filling? Interesting. I keep forgetting to remind myself to use these for life skills. Battle bonuses, get more XP. Early econ. Don't want to end up like Judgment. Farming for SP is not my jam. Ooh, he becomes a teacher though, dude. It's man, This brings back a lot of vibes. So much vibes. Do miss educating students. Alright.
Huh?
Oh, let's go check out. What kind of club?
Aha! Stop right there.
Huh?
Oh, it's the same girl. The peeping.
I knew it. Suspicion confirmed.
The girl with the camera.
Can I help you?
The cam.
Actually, you already have. I didn't think you'd be foolish enough to show your face around here again.
I'm sorry, but do I... Oh.
This girl caught me yesterday.
They always say perpetrators return to the scene of the crime. And you just proved the old adage true, Monsieur Voyeur.
No way she saw him. Plus, we got the camera back. Okay.
Monsieur Voyeur? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your pervy little upskirt scheme. Seriously, hiding a camera under the stairs? And at your age? Shame on you, sir.
Yeah, you lost me. Now, if you don't mind, I'm kind of in the middle of something.
Oh no, you don't. I have irrefutable proof of your crime. Why, the very shoes on your feet. You're wearing the exact same sneakers as the pervert from yesterday. And don't think they'll carry you to safety
That's
today.
fair. Dang.
Okay, what is happening here? Sorry, but your evidence is my shoes? Everybody here's got shoes, young lady. In fact, I'm probably not the only person with this exact pair.
Your shoe style is merely the icing on the cake. You see, before the pervert arrived yesterday, I had covered the floor around the camera with a clear polymer that shines under black light.
Dang.
Huh?
It's an oil-based substance, so it lasts a few days. Your soles are stained with it as we speak. Which means
She's
you
pretty
came
good.
bumbling back to the scene of the crime, while wearing the very evidence of your misdeeds.
What the? Am I seriously getting busted? She's really good. I like her.
Lamenting your misfortune already? That's what you get for crossing the Mystery Research Club of Serio High.
Mystery Research Club?
Now, if you'll follow me to the faculty room, monsieur.
Oh, wait, just hold on, okay?
If she's bluffing, this could turn out really bad. What do I do if she's not bluffing? Refute her claims, flee, use EX surrender? What the freak? Alright, use EX surrender. Wait, this is the perfect time to use my new... Hang on, what am I thinking? There's that. Alright, let's refute her claims.
There's no way I'd have noticed an invisible substance on my shoes. I'll give you that much. But even if I did step in some mystery goop, does that really prove what you're saying? With so many people on campus, any number of them could have walked over that spot.
No, only the perpetrator stepped in the coating. I know this because I was there watching your fiasco. And of course, I had the PE teacher who was with me agree to serve as witness.
Oh, that was the PE teacher? Yeah, she was too ready for this.
Why don't you just give it up already?
Alright. Yeet! My roommate, I
There's
could
no
just...
escape, sir. I have even more proof of your crimes. The camera may be gone, but fortunately, I snapped a photo of it before it got taken away. With that, I determined everything there is to know about your camera, down to the store where you bought it. Turns out it's an online exclusive, customized to capture high-resolution footage with an inconspicuous design. Were I to supply this information to the police, they would track down the owner soon enough. After all, the shop would have no choice but to cooperate with the police investigation.
Lukumo luckily covered his track well enough, but I still can't help the police.
Do I need to spell it out any further? You, monsieur, are ensnared. Therefore, I think it would be wise to do what I say.
She's right. It might actually be best not to run for now. Alright, let's negotiate.
Let's say we have a chat.
A chat?
Yeah. Now, I can't give out any details, but having the cops on me would be extremely problematic. So, I'd like to resolve this as amicably as possible. Think we can come to terms here?
I will agree to one thing only. Hearing the unadulterated truth. And make no mistake, I will not be misled by diversion, threats, bribes, sob stories. Nothing of the sort.
Right, the one thing she wants is the one thing I can't give her. True. I have to find a way to negotiate here. I just need her to lose the camera footage. Is there anything I can use as leverage?
Hold it right there! If you run away, my evidence goes straight to the police!
Listen, lady, okay. Oh, right. I forgot. You enter first person right away. Right. Is this their club flyer? Oh, so we're gonna be a supervisor for the mystery club. Okay, sure. What does it say? Outside counselor wanted. The MRC is in. Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. Sure. Club present. Her name is Asawa. Amasawa. And Kyoko. Okay. Okay, sure. We just read that. It is a nice fit.
You're Kyoko Amasawa-san, right? President of the Mystery Research Club?
So what if I am?
I saw your flyer. Sounds like your club's in a tough spot.
You're not wrong. Our current advisor got married and quit teaching, and we can't find anyone else to take her spot.
What?
On top of that, the chairman's been reluctant to bring in anyone from outside, so the MRC may be in dire straits. But your arrival marks our revival. Should I turn you in as a voyeur, it would make a fine feather in my cap. It would also prove the value of the MRC, so the chairman would have no choice but to solicit an advisor for us.
Well, that all sounds fine on paper, but the real-life logistics may not play out that way. You'll need a competent professional in your area of interest.
What, a
coinky thing? Time for volunteer work?
When you put it that way, it does seem like a long shot.
Right? So here's my proposition.
They didn't do the obvious thing like, if only there was a detective who was on the case, but they really did pull that again, which I think it's the campy humor that I appreciate, you know, to highlight the obvious coincidences, but being unapologetic about the coincidences. Usually they would do it really on the head, right? The nail on the head kind of thing. Like, if only there was an agreeable person who's been involved in X, Y, and Z and just happens to be standing here. But they totally pulled that just now. Outside help that was allowed by the chairman, aka Yagami.
How about you make me your advisor?
You? Advise the MRC?
Why not? A Kamurocho-based detective not good enough?
You're a detective?
Oh yeah. I'm Takayuki Yagami from the Yagami Detective Agency. I was asked to come investigate your school. That's about all I can let slip.
So then, the hidden camera was for your investigation?
Dang, she's so
I'll
sharp.
let you deduce that yourself. Client confidentiality and all that. But I will say one thing. I'm here to stop shady business, not start it.
if he wasn't shooting up skirts, then what was he trying to see? Rather, who was he trying to see? Who put him up to it? Our staff? Ugh, so many variables!
Listen, I don't mean to interrupt, but hello? As I was trying to say, becoming your advisor could work out well for both of us. I'm not done here by a long shot. One of your teachers is bent on seeing me gone.
Really? Who?
Sawa-sensei. She thinks I have no business being here, and frankly, it's been hard to prove her wrong. But if I were to advise your club, it'd be all the reason I need to stay on campus. So what do you think? It's a win-win situation, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if it's experience you want, believe me, I've been around the block when it comes to mysteries.
I believe I understand. The purpose you stated for being here does fit the circumstances better than my original theory. But I will not be persuaded so easily. So, I propose a test.
A test?
Right this way, please.
I really like her.
What? Hey!
I definitely do have a soft spot for precocious, like, students in general. Precocious and perceptive students. Is this your club place? Dang.
Huh? Who's this, sis?
This is Yagami-san, our new advisor candidate. However, I intend to test him first. See if he's legitimate.
Fine by me. I'm Kento Amasawa, Kyoko's younger brother. Also the MRC's bodyguard. When your sister's as nosy as mine, you've got to step up your game to keep her safe.
Please have a seat, Yagami-san.
So spunky.
After you.
Oh, how kind of you.
Aw, soft-hearted brother.
So,
Or bodyguard.
Amasawa-san, back to the topic at hand here. Could you tell me what the Mystery Research Club actually does? It seems like the advisor ought to know that.
So, I founded the Mystery Research Club last year. Primarily, we function as a book club, critiquing mystery novels from many different cultures and eras. But, when the opportunity is ripe, we also engage in more involved activities. And by that, I mean solving the mysteries around us.
Oh, you mean go sleuthing, like on a case. So that's what you were up to. I've got to say, as a potential advisor, I'm not exactly psyched to hear you go around looking for trouble.
Oh, don't get me wrong. We don't do this for kicks, and I'm not a fan of danger. If we could all be armchair detectives, free to investigate from afar, surely that would be ideal.
Yeah, don't I know it.
Unfortunately, that is rarely, if ever, possible. Say our investigatory senses were to draw us toward a mystery that escapes even the school and the police. Why, letting such a case slip away would be anathema to our club's founding principles.
While I do
Anathema.
admire your passion, why put yourself at risk? You'd be safer
Fancy.
handing it off to the authorities.
Then shouldn't we hand you off to the authorities?
Well, now, let's not be hasty.
I take it you see my point then. Some cases aren't so cut and dry.
Deep
You make some
cut.
valid points.
Very deep cut.
So, getting back to this test of yours.
Yes. So, based on what you've told me, I'm inclined to drop your charges altogether. A detective setting up cameras is believable. That being said, I'd also be a fool to take you at your word. If this is a ruse, I'd be unleashing a pervert on the school.
Well, the caution is admirable.
Then you shouldn't mind if I test both your skills as a detective and your character as a person. And once that's over, the club will reach a decision. We'll either accept you as our mentor, or turn you in as a deviant.
I get the picture. So what does this test entail?
Actually, we've been dealing with a rather risky case as of late, so your job is to resolve it.
Okay.
How risky are we talking?
Well, it's about as risky as it is risque. Yagami-san, have you ever heard of a sugar baby?
Huh? You mean a younger girl getting paid to date an older guy?
You know it. Now our current case involves one such sugar baby. It seems that one of our dance club girls has grown a reputation for dating older men. Unfortunately, I've yet to pin down exactly who this is.
All you know is she's in dance club? Well, I understand why you'd want to know more, but what about this warrants investigation? Is she in danger?
The issue at hand is that she may be doing more than dating, and it's putting her safety at risk. Well, we found this out online, so we're admittedly speculating a bit here. But apparently this girl's pretty infamous for what they call her vanishing act.
Care to elaborate?
She strings the mark along, going on a few dates for an agreed-upon sum, but then she goes in for the kill. She gets a large upfront payment for promising to seal the deal, and then, poof, gone with the wind.
Okay, I can see how that might make her enemies, but that's on the guy, isn't it? I mean, he's paying to date an underage girl, and he thinks he has the right to...
That sword, though, the little blue sword sitting on the side, that's an interesting piece in the room.
Complain?
You're not wrong. Problem is, her latest mark, a violent, foul-mouthed thug, isn't so self-aware. I believe rape and murder were his choicest threats. So yeah, we can't just write this one off.
Oh, yeah. That's a concern.
Mm-hmm. And now he has his gang roaming the streets, searching high and low for the girl who conned him. I'd say that establishes the risk clearly enough. As soon as we found out, we've been trying to find the sugar baby and warn her ASAP.
Yeah, I get it now. If we don't act, she could be in very real danger.
I think we're finally seeing eye to eye, Yagami-san. After all, the truly artful detective can solve incidents before they even occur.
That's not quite how it works, but sure.
Alright. Whoops.
So, getting back on...
yes, that be...
Well,
then what will he actually...
In any case, now that the situation's clear, I'd like to get on with the test. Just tell me where to start, and I'll be there.
It is said that the great Sherlock Holmes was able to freely change his appearance into that of a total stranger. From helpless old woman to shifty-eyed vagrant, he deceived the masses and never lost a lead.
I was beginning to wonder when Sherlock Holmes is going to be brought up. It didn't happen in the first game.
All thanks to a good disguise.
So, you want me to go undercover?
Yep. Any detective worth their salt should have no trouble with that. You're going to infiltrate the dance club as an advisor and return with a lead on the sugar baby. That is your test.
Alright.
Wait, you want me to teach a dance club?
Nice.
If it's required, then yes. I want you to win their hearts in ways I myself could not. Those girls are a close-knit group. They'd never trade gossip with someone like me.
I was already aware that Yagami is going to dance instead of sing, so... I was looking forward to this.
However, if a cool new stranger gained their trust, that's you, they might be more willing to talk.
But how am I supposed to be a convincing advisor if I've never danced once in my life?
Nah, he's fine.
That's okay. It's rare for their advisors to get up and do it themselves. They generally teach from books.
Nah, he's gonna do it.
Great.
It's fine.
If it's any consolation, their current advisor never even shows up, so you'll already have an in. Just give them a few pointers, act authoritative, and soon enough, you'll be their closest confidant.
Tough time for club members.
Easy peasy? To teach something I know nothing about?
I'm sure you can figure that out. That is, if you really are a detective and not some snaky imposter.
You're really putting me through the ringer, you know that? I guess I'll have to prevail with the power of vague advice.
Good, then let's move.
That's a
Dance
deep
club will be
cut.
starting their practice any minute. They're in the gym basement, in case you didn't know.
I know her test might be tough, Yagami-san, but I think you'd make a pretty rad advisor. So good luck.
No.
Huh?
Ento is pretty soft-hearted, in contrast to the abrasive, precocious personality of Kyoko. The power of vague advice, indeed. Vague advice without perspective or scope. Start by saying, as a dance instructor of 30 years, dancing's hard. Something like that. I'm over exaggerating, obviously. Vague credibility, too. You start by stating your expertise before offering examples of your experience. New age paradigm. Don't believe me? Just read comment sections. Incredibly high frequency. Why do they all look very... Oh.
Where's the captain? Ah, right there.
Okay.
Something's not right.
The Serio rabbits? Oh no. They're not. Serio rabbits.
Of it. Sayaka Nishizono, I'd like a word with you.
Cute.
Hey, aren't you Amasawa from the Mystery Research Club? You betcha. Don't worry, I come bearing good news.
Oh, great. The MRC. What do you want with us? We're not up to anything.
Calm down. I'm not here to expose your secrets to the world. I only wanted to introduce you to someone.
What are you getting at?
To preface this, I noticed your club advisor hasn't been showing up much lately.
Yeah, apparently he got really sick. We're lucky if we see him a couple times a month.
Right, and it must be rough trying to choreograph an entire routine without him.
Yeah, and we've got a meet coming up soon. It's so much pressure.
I see. Then the stars really did align in your favor.
What? Listen, Senpai, I know we might seem desperate, but it's not like we need any favors.
Don't worry, you don't.
I mean, Yagami does, he does dress like a street dancer.
Owe me for this. I'm offering you a potential advisor as a token of goodwill.
Potential advisor?
Let's not sweat the small stuff. The important thing is, Yagami-san here said he'd agree to help you with your routine as a stand-in advisor.
Help with their routine? When did I ever say that?
Oh my gosh, really? This is just what we needed. You know, I could tell you had a certain something about you. So how long have you been a pro dancer?
His frame and his physique really does lend well to dancing. I mean, he is depicted as someone who is incredibly agile in martial arts, right? And there is a lot of parallelisms between those things. It's very fitting that they got him to dance as opposed to sing.
I'm not.
I'm
so
not.
Modest. This is like one of those dream come true moments in a movie. I've been literally racking my brain trying to come up with a workable routine. Oh, I'm so glad that's on you now.
Whoa.
So glad that's on you
Missing some
now.
important qualifications here.
Yagami-san, this is your Reichenbach Falls moment. You
Whoa,
need to dive
you need
headfirst
to.
into the
Yeah, Reichenball Falls is another reference. It's a case.
Challenge. Don't you get it?
One of the
no?
exploits.
Do you think we can get started? We've been practicing and practicing, but something about our choreography feels off. We all know our moves and everybody's got rhythm, so all that should be left is bringing our A game. But it feels like we're still missing something, you know? That
wow factor? Huh.
It's really kind of down to the wire to be figuring this stuff out, but I know we'll push through if we try.
Uh-huh.
So can I ask for your first impression? Does our routine need more going on, or...?
You know, it's hard to say what's going on at this point.
I shouldn't have to say this, but keen observation is elementary for a detective.
She is so way up Sherlock Holmes. I like it. If there's any way to promote this fandom, having a high school kid, especially a precocious female character, I like it. I like what they're doing. It's really what is this striking? It's really striking a Enola Holmes kind of vibe. You know, like Enola Holmes, she's related to Sherlock Holmes, like figuratively, but literally figuratively. And she has that similar passion of wanting to follow in Sherlock Holmes' footsteps. And she's really laying it on like that same vibe.
And
you need to tell them what you observed. You did have your eyes open, didn't you?
All right. All right. Special selection. Certain conversations or events won't unfold without your direct input. Oh, okay. We're back to this now. Oh, they put a timer this time, though. That's nice. It's a nice quality of life change. Because there was a timer in the previous game, but you just couldn't tell. So I waited long enough just to see if it was timed. And then, are there, like, consecutive things? Choosing to select nothing or remaining silent can also be an answer? Oh, that's interesting. The speed in which... Okay. Is there a oh, yes, there is another mechanic. Certain conversations or events won't unfold without your direct inputs. Adjust left stick to determine the intensity of your answers. The word choice and projected emotion would match the volume. That's so awesome. I love it. They turn communication into a mini game. I love it. I absolutely love this. More of this. Alright. What's missing from their current? Spice it up. Do something unexpected. Let's do something unexpected. Sure.
So, the music's not a bad choice. But it'll take more than your average dance mix to stick in the audience's minds. Have you considered traditional enka? Nobody'd see that coming.
That's a throwback to Kiryu. Traditional enka is a fallback for Kiryu a lot of times. Like, what kind of music do you like? Well, are you into traditional enka? Like, he could have picked so many things, right? So many things, but he went with traditional enka.
Enka? Well, it is old school, so dancing to it might be innovative. But we can't just start over with a new song after all the hard work we put in.
They have the rhythm, they know their moves, but what they lack is prep time.
Fair enough.
She told you all that, remember?
I
Besides,
just want to...
it'd be demoralizing to make them reset everything this late in the game.
All right.
Yeah,
just
demoralizing.
Yeah. Fine. All right. Spice it up.
Isn't your routine a little tame? Maybe you could spice it up a bit.
Spice it up.
Oh, is he talking? Oh no, I didn't think about what he could have possibly meant by spice it up. Are we talking about like risque spice it up? I thought I my initial thought was kick it up a notch, you know, like go a little more extreme, but
How exactly? You mean like we need skimpy outfits?
yeah, that was
Or
not my
like
first thought.
we dance all provocatively?
Yeah, that's not my thought originally.
What part of this is a high school don't you
My
get,
bad.
Yagami-san?
Yeah. Sometimes I just say things.
Sorry, Yagami. But that was not my thought. Make a bigger impact?
I think your performance could use a little more flair.
Flair?
That's what I meant by spice it up. I thought they were going with flair.
How so?
Well, you're already in perfect sync, and everyone knows their part.
Yeah, it's very mechanical.
But, how to put it?
It's pretty
You were
mechanical
right.
and safe.
It needs something that's going to leave a lasting impact.
I see what you mean. Maybe we are just kind of going through the motions here.
Yeah.
If only we could come up with better stuff. Oh, maybe you could give us some suggestions.
Ah.
Yes. I don't even know how to dance. Nonsense, Yagami. If I don't get... Okay.
Let's take apart what could give you the edge you need.
What if you sing? No, that's not happening. What if you did the robot? Literally mechanical. That's where we are. What if you threw in some kung fu?
Why not incorporate kung fu?
Did you just say kung fu?
Sure did. Throw a few kicks and punches, will knock the competition right out.
That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah. And it's not like martial arts-based dancing is
There it
entirely
is.
unheard of.
Yeah.
But we don't know the first thing about kung fu.
Oh, you're
You're
in
in
luck.
Kung
You said exactly. I just immediately I thought, oh no, Yagami is gonna say, well, you're in luck.
fu happens to be a hobby of mine.
Yeah, there you go.
No way! That's
Well
so
played.
cool.
Well played,
Well,
RGG.
It's my own style. You won't find it in any ancient scrolls. It's flashy.
Oh, are you gonna use the snake
Perfect.
thing?
So will you teach us?
I guess I'm gonna have to.
Yep.
Sweet! Then let's get a quick demonstration. Let's see some ass-kicking dance then.
Wait,
Wow.
really? I really have to do this?
Of course. How else are we gonna learn? Look up some random videos?
Oh, that is throwing some shade at YouTube.
We'll get to analyze your moves, your footwork, your breathing. We'll learn from the pro.
I wouldn't get your hopes up, though. What if my stuff doesn't fit your routine at all?
So, you're not gonna help us after all? That's pretty weak.
If you're giving up after stringing them along this far, hang tight while I dial 110.
Hold it.
Huh?
You know what? I think I can wing it well enough. I've never done this before, though, so don't get mad if it's crappy, okay?
Oh, don't be so hard on yourself. You're gonna do fantastic.
I love this. I love this scene. Alright, alright. It's dance minigame, for sure.
What we'll do first
Here we
is show
go.
you the opening 30 seconds of our routine until the chorus hits.
Okay.
While you're watching, keep an eye out for the parts that could use some kung fu moves.
Okay.
Sure. Good plan.
Alright.
Okay, so here's how we start.
I'm ready. My emotions are ready too. I think my heart is ready for this
In
too.
there. Now you take it away.
Wait, what?
Whoa. Doubt I can top that.
Oh.
But you know what?
Okay,
May as
fine.
well try.
That's a spirit.
All right.
Ready for the music?
Alright. My heart is ready for this. You can play a rhythm game at the dance club, right? Before you begin to like one of the Yagami's EX solos. There it is. The EX solos for the Kung Fu thing. What the? And there are previews? Wait. Hold up. I want to see these previews. Oh, alright, fine.
Let's freaking dance.
Alright, let's freaking dance. Wait. Okay, so face buttons. Sure. Alright, okay. I love this is okay, and then double. Is it only the corner ones? I hope they do the the same thing as fighting games like XA and YB for the Xbox controller. Yeah, they did. Nice. Ew, what are those moves? Alright, and then sliders, right? Oh, even D-pad. Oh, and then the solo, right? To initiate the... Okay. Wait. Oh. Oh, dang.
Yagami-san, you're officially the best.
That is so... Oh my gosh, I can't right now. See, there's a thing about dancing though. Like, a lot of times, singing and dancing when it comes to... this is a slight digression. In terms of game design, right? Dancing and singing might to a lot of rhythm gaming, they tend to incorporate and interchange dancing and singing, but when it comes to like the fundamentals of how the feedback and displays work, music that's used as often charted for dancing music is requires a different type of touch and like mapping style to really capture the beat and fundamentals of dancing versus singing. And one of the biggest things is often presentation. Like singing has like a lot of dexterity and like higher like flexibility when it comes to like complexity. However, when it comes to dancing, there's this almost necessity to have choreography, right? The choreography sync with the inputs of a rhythm game. And it's so satisfying how well they I think this dance thing is an incredible big flex to how good they have how good RGG is with their rigging of their character models, and it's so satisfying. I think it's probably safe to say that they decide to do it now because they really got the choreography of combat down packed now. Because the first Judgment game, it was still really rough. You could still feel the Yakuza 6 and the Kiwami 2 early days of tight, like on point animation hits and whatnot. The visual spectacle is fantastic ever since the Dragon Engine, in my opinion. However, the response times and matching, I think this is a great testament to demonstrate how far they came with inputs lining up with animations. And I don't think it's necessarily the same with games that focus on singing, which one of the mainstays in Like a Dragon is karaoke. So I imagine karaoke will stay with the Like a Dragon series. But Judgment, yeah, God, I'm instant fan. I don't think it was possible in Judgment though. Until they really refined their animation with inputs.
Oh, look at that! Did you see that? Yagami-san, what was that just now? I thought you said you couldn't dance.
Believe me, I'm just as surprised as you. Winning is part skill and part pulling it out of your ass.
I don't think...
Well, winning is part skill and part pulling it out of your butt. I love it.
A seasoned athlete could pull that off.
Yagami-san, that was incredible. You're not just a pro, you're a master.
Wow, you're giving an amateur way too much credit here.
No way an amateur moves like that. You're something else. Maybe you don't realize it, but you have a gift for this. You're totally a born dancer.
I don't know about all that. What you call a gift, I call muscle memory.
The last time there was dancing was Yakuza 0. That was prior to the Dragon Engine. The disco dancing, the disco tech dancing,
Well,
which was
whatever
really
you call
great.
it, we're gonna use every last bit
choreographed.
of it in our routine, if that's okay.
but far less
You seriously saved our
complex.
necks just now, Yagami-san.
Hey, I'm just glad it all worked out.
If it's okay to ask, could you drop by and give us more pointers sometime? Ever since our advisor stopped showing, we've barely been keeping it together. And we could all use some guidance from someone we can trust.
I gotta.
If you guys will have me, then sure. Not sure I have many pointers left, though.
I gotta resist.
Oh, you're the best!
I think it's time we headed back now, Yagami-san.
Huh? Oh, sure.
And the music, man, it's so classically associated with school life because of Persona, like Atlas stuff, and it's like really vibing so hard. I gotta resist though. We can't just like.
So
go
did I pass?
into dance
I'd
club?
say I made plenty of headway with the dance club.
Indeed, you have. Honestly, I'm still in shock over how easily you won Nishizono-san over. Every time I try to approach her, she reacts like I'm there to accuse her of something.
Gee, I wonder why. I'm sure the MRC has gained some notoriety.
Well, all the more reason we need an amazing advisor who can keep up with us.
Oh, I'm amazing now. Does this mean I'm no longer a criminal?
Yeah, I really should apologize for that at some point. Also, I have another theory as to why you installed that camera.
Yeah? Let's hear it.
So, a hired detective shows up to covertly monitor a specific group of students. Meanwhile, spreading through the news like wildfire is the case of Akihiro Ehara,
Dang, she is
a man
freaking
connected
sharp.
to our school. Put those pieces together, and your objective here starts taking shape.
I
But
love her.
I wouldn't want to hamper any important detective work of yours, so for now, I'll let that theory sit.
That is, she is really sharp.
At any rate, Yagami-san, I'll go ahead and let the chairman know of our arrangement. That is to say, I'll formally request you as our advisor.
Well, that'd be great. But do you really think you'll hire me just like that?
Sure, so long as you're officially considered an outside guidance counselor, I don't see why not. Also, we do need another faculty member as a supervisor, but that's more of a formality than anything. Their only responsibility is signing the paperwork. You'll still be the one running the club. Our school makes you jump through a lot of hoops just to be welcomed as a guest, huh?
Yeah, sounds like they won't let in just anybody. Anyway, is there a teacher you had in mind?
Yep, no worries there. The chairman actually promised to sign off on whoever we chose. Well,
Sawa-sensei?
I made him promise might be a bit more accurate.
Why do I have a feeling it's Sawa-sensei?
Really? Man, I wish he'd told me. He told me the club's already had advisors and left it at that.
Typical.
Yeah.
I doubt he wants to actually keep his word. After all, if we get into trouble, he'll be directly responsible.
Mm-hmm.
He probably thinks the MRC is a big enough liability as it is.
I wonder why.
Well, with all that said, welcome to the Mystery Research Club. Can't wait to see a real detective in action.
Hey, you'll get your chance, and it's a pleasure to be on board.
It's I felt this part was missing a little bit in the introduction, but it would be very difficult to place another character of that nature in the context of Kamurocho in Judgment. It's nice to see that they're bridging generational gaps again, where you have Haruka, right, in the Kiryu saga, and you Casca have some wiggle room soon-ish. I expect to see some representation of like teens to early 20s in Casca's next outing as well. It's very refreshing to add more perspective, like different types of perspective, and it's very energetic. It breathes a bit of sunshine into the first chapter, after following the first chapter in the Judgment series. The Judgment series was hands down cranked darkness up quite a bit, but a lot of like pace breaks with alternative perspective, like a youth, can really bring and elevate even the melodrama. and seriousness of the MSQ.
Oh, when you have a spare moment, could you join us in the club room for a talk? I'd like your advice on another case we're monitoring.
What, you've got something besides the sugar baby?
Yes, and this one may actually be even nastier. In fact, the sugar baby may be but a single thread amidst a larger, more sinister web of conspiracies. But that's a lot to digest, I know. I'll get you up to speed when you're free.
Okay. Not quite sure how to process that right now, but I'll make sure to swing by at some point.
School stories. I see what you did there, RGG. Nice. Man, they just keep on coming. Alright, now, what can we do? Right, basketball club.
Hey guys, how we all doing? Sweating it out on some layups?
Who are you?
It's so cheesy. I'm gonna be honest though, I could see myself saying the exact same thing. I don't play basketball, but it's like, what do you say when you walk in? Not being a person that doesn't play basketball.
My name's Yagami. I've been the MRC's advisor for all of a couple minutes, and I need to ask the basketball club a few questions.
Okay.
There was a student teacher who used to hang around here as recent as, what, October? Mikoshiba's the name.
Oh yeah, Mikoshiba-san.
Anyway, he stopped showing up out of nowhere. Any of you have any theories? Okay, scratch that. Then, what kind of teacher was he? Was he nice? Was he a jerk?
I wouldn't say jerk, but he was enthusiastic.
Yeah, I mean, he did show up almost daily.
The club was really good back in his day. That's probably why he had us hustling even harder than the coach.
So, would you say he was on good terms with you all?
I guess. Wait, where's Koda and them?
Oh, from class 2-2? I don't know. I haven't seen Matsu, Nakane, anyone.
Something special about Class 2-2?
Well, yeah. Koda's in 2-2, and she was Mikoshiba-sensei's star pupil.
There it is.
Star pupil?
Yep.
I do know who you're talking about, by the way. Are you saying she was favored over the others?
In a way, Mikoshiba-sensei worked her harder because she hadn't played basketball till high school.
Of
See,
course,
most
she's
of us
connected.
already had tons of experience by the time we joined. So, anyone starting as late as now has to be really athletic to keep up with the team. Mikoshiba-sensei knew that too. I'd say him looking after Koda did us all a favor.
Wow, sounds like the model instructor.
If you say so. But I'm not sure Koda felt that way.
Oh?
Mikoshiba-sensei might have just thought it was tough love, but I think he went overboard with the teasing sometimes. Like, he'd make her shoot and then go, "See, that was how not to do it."
Are you saying he would mock
Hazing.
That makes it sound bad. He was doing it because he cared, I think.
Hey, wasn't Mikoshiba-sensei the one who started the whole arousing thing? He said the way she held the ball was arousing. Said it was her main contribution.
That's not true. She's got a nice chest, too.
That's fair. Anyway, when Mikoshiba-sensei stopped coming, the guys in 2-2 were all like,
"Okay, what did Koda do to him?"
Are you implying they had a relationship?
Beats me. Mikoshiba-sensei did anything like that, he would have gotten canned on the spot.
yeah, people like to gossip, but as they say, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Maybe Koda-san's the reason he was always so fired up.
Maybe she's the reason he got fired.
So the writing on her hand, it wasn't some random insult.
Are we about done here?
Last thing, where are Koda-san and the others? Are they often this late?
No. Everyone's usually here by now.
Maybe they're still in their classroom?
Okay, then I think that about does it. Back to work for the both of us, huh?
You spacing out on me? Look at me when I'm talking.
You can't face us because you're weak. Who gave you permission to quit anyway? Newsflash, you're nothing without the club.
Yeah, think about us for a second. Who has to pick up all the grunt work when you're gone?
Maybe she feels special after what happened at lunch. Like people suddenly give a shit about her.
Doesn't give you the right to ditch practice. Talk about selfish, am I right?
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Is that all you know how to say? You think we're letting a stuck-up bitch like you give the orders?
You guys still haven't learned to play fair?
This fucking guy. Why's your dirty old ass still here?
Attention students! Be on the lookout for a creeper showing up in your classrooms!
If I were you, I'd watch my mouth around a club advisor.
Say what?
I'm Yagami from the Yagami Detective Agency, and your chairman just hired me to advise the Mystery Research Club.
Bullshit.
I guess word hasn't gotten around? Maybe I'll let a few wisecracks slide for now then. But mark my words, I'll be here every day of the week, so be on your best behavior.
We'd better get to practice.
Yeah, you do that. Oh, and, break a leg out there, Matsu.
I'm guessing the girl is Akane,
Not very nice,
or the
are
other
they?
guy is Akane?
You alright?
Akane?
I'm fine.
Koda-san, I'm sorry to spring this on you, but as I said, I'm a detective, and I need to talk about Hiro Mikoshiba. He started training as a teacher here pretty recently, right? And one day he just stopped showing up? At the time, did you notice anything strange about him? Maybe he seemed troubled, or you saw him hanging around strangers?
Why are you asking me?
The basketball club members think you and Mikoshiba might have been close, at least at practice.
They said that?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose there wasn't much truth to what I'd heard then. Don't sweat it. Just so you know, I'm actually going to be hanging around here at the school for a little while longer. If it's cool, I hope we can find a way to be friends. See ya.
Wait a sec. Earlier today, it was your voice that I heard, wasn't it? I just never expected anyone to actually stand up for me in school. But you could say I didn't really stand up to them for myself much either. We all just treated it like it was a normal thing. Sometimes people would even laugh about it. But then, today, something changed.
Leave her alone.
Everyone suddenly decided to take a stand like they'd seen enough. I couldn't believe it. But that first voice, the one that told them to stop, that was your voice, wasn't it, Yagami-san?
Who could say?
I knew it. It was you. Thank you so much for that. Today was eye-opening. I never thought about how horribly I was being treated until everyone stood up for me. What's more, it made me see that I was strong. In fact, I finally stood up to the basketball kids.
So you did. Is that what made you decide to quit the club?
Ever since I was a kid, I wanted to play basketball in a real team. I used to read this manga that made it look so cool. In a comic.
Shout out to the last basketball anime I watched, Kokoro no Basket. Anyways, just a slight shout out.
Even if you're a terrible player, the team always tries to lift you up. I tried. I wanted it to work, even if all they did was tear me down. But today, I just up and quit. That's not cool at all, is it?
You did nothing wrong, Koto-san. Truth is, there's a lot of injustice in the world that goes unseen. And some people decide it's easier to be part of the problem than be part of the solution. The kind of people who only feel joy when they see others in pain. You can only do so much to make people see the light. At some point, you've just got to let them go. You know what I mean?
I just made a connection, and I don't think it's the best connection, but the moment he said you can only do so much to allow people to see the light, and then they're talking about like justice and whatnot, I just remembered that, okay, another shout out, that in Death Note, Kita's name is Light Yagami. It's a coincidence, obviously, but mine works in really weird, mysterious ways, and I layer most of my memories on each other. And yeah, Kita, who, you know, has a really warped sense of justice and whatnot, which also, by the way, takes place in high school. Pretty sure it was high school. Yeah, they were in high school. So it's the same. And Kita's name is a pseudonym for Light Yagami, the main character in Death Note. Coincidence.
There's no shame in quitting.
But Yagami-san...
At least I'm pretty sure his last name is Yagami, his family name. Light Yagami is what immediately I thought of.
I think you can only say that because you're such a strong person.
Okay.
That is a fair point.
In that case, we won't call it quitting.
Huh?
You can play. Doesn't have to be with the basketball club. If you practice, you wouldn't even need a school basketball club to get to where you want to be. If this sport is what you want to do with your life, I guarantee you there's going to be a path for you to take. And all you have to do is find that path. I mean, it's got to be out there. And then you don't have to call it quitting.
I don't know about that. Are you sure? I mean... wouldn't that be cheating?
No.
Come on, try to work with me here.
Changing the rules of the game.
So, the MRC. You're the advisor? Yagami-san?
Yeah. If you need anything, you just let us know. Anything at all. For example, if you hit any more trouble with those basketball club kids, you find me.
Sure.
You've got this.
When one has some clout and can use that clout to change people's lives.
Oh, Mr. Detective.
Oh boy.
Yagami-san, right?
Yeah. Shouldn't you be at practice with everyone else?
Yeah, well, remember Matsune and Sakaki?
Sakaki
You know, the
is
two
the
other
guy
guys I'm always...
That guy's name is Sakaki, which is I'm pretty sure Sakaki. Oh no, it's like Sakabaki or something. He's like the big guy in the. He's like the food guy in Judgment. I think there's a syllable missing, but anyways.
hanging around. They're ready to talk to you about Mikoshiba-sensei now.
That sounds like a trap.
Well, Detective, I think they have a lead for you.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you're here on some kind of case, right? You know, Mikoshiba-sensei talked to us pretty often. I think maybe we can help. That is, if you wouldn't mind starting fresh with all of us.
Oh, turning over a new leaf, are we?
We kinda have to. How else are we gonna get good college recommendations? It would really bite us in the ass if you went and narked on us, so... Will you at least hear us out? Matsune and the rest are just upstairs. Please, be a nice guy, we're really sorry.
Okay, I see where this is going.
Alright.
How many guys are up there waiting to jump me? The next floor up is for third years, right? You rope some of your senpais into this too?
Wow, you don't even know us and you're throwing out accusations like that?
Oh.
How are we supposed to become upstanding citizens with teachers like this? It's just not fair.
I'm sure that's the case. Outstanding citizens. Yeah, it's a pretty pathetic trap.
Fine. I'll hear you out. Tell your friends I'm on my way.
Yep.
Really? Awesome!
Ah, youth. Youth versus experience. Oh, guess we're just gonna head up there.
Over here, Yagami-san! Sorry to drag you all the way up here for this.
You wanted to talk to me? About Mikoshiba-sensei?
What? I can't hear a word you're saying, man. Why don't you come closer so we don't have to shout?
Yeah, let's get this over with.
Who would have thought?
So many of you. You guys all know Mikoshiba-sensei?
Nah, that's not how our senpai friends roll. They know the Yokohama Liumang.
Yokohama Liumang?
Interesting.
You mean the local gang?
Hell yeah.
Huh.
I've got a friend who's in deep with those guys. I scratch their back by bringing them chicks to hang out with, and they scratch mine by tipping me for it.
Oh, this is getting deeper
it's a pretty
now.
sweet deal, actually.
Huh.
Also, we've got a little thing going. I get to drop the Liumang name if I need him to handle some business.
So you sell them girls in exchange for honorary membership?
Well, Liumang
Need to
is
find better friends.
in the picture now.
Don't talk to me like you know me. I stay on their good side and I get my personal bodyguards. I work with the tools I've got to get to the top.
So you got it all figured out, don't you, kid? But you're missing the big picture. They're gonna turn the tables so fast you won't know what hit you.
I'll keep that in mind. But I wouldn't worry about me right now. You're the one who's got the real problem on his hands.
You get it? From now on, if you even lay a finger on us, you offend the Yokohama Liumang, and they'll take that personally. You see what deep shit you're in here, Yagami-san?
So how about it? You know how to say you're sorry? Cash for our pain and suffering.
Oh yeah? How much are we talking here? Grand?
$1 million. If you're short, I'd be happy to hook you up with a loan shark. I know a guy who lends for the Seiryu clan.
Oh, hey, the Seiryu clan is in Ichincho. So I don't know if they're gonna add the Komi jewel or not. But there's the first mention of the Seiryu clan. So now we have 2 name drops. Liumang, well, Liumang was dropped way earlier, but Seiryu clan, this is the first instance. I mean, they're freaking smug as heck. Smug. Although, it is worth noting that this is more of a big fish, small pond situation.
Yakuza.
First it's a gang, now it's the Yakuza. Keep bringing adult shit into this, I'm gonna start treating you like one.
Big fish, small pond.
You wanna see what happens to gang members? I'll show you.
You sure you want to do that? We're gonna charge you extra.
Oh, you got this shit down, Matsui. Let's take this asshole down. Fuck him up.
I guess we can disarm most of the guys. Oh, okay. That's not too bad. Okay. That's not, It's unbelievable how crazy the animation is in this game. Holy heck. Man.
Really, guys?
It's such... It looks so nice.
Ah, my eyes. Cheap shot.
Oh.
Can't see? Got you now!
No, you don't. Huh?
Man.
What? Did he just jump off?
Nah.
He's
He's just
on.
hiding in the dark. Like a scared little cockroach.
Nah, just parkouring. At least my vision's finally coming back.
You guys go look for him and tell me when you find him. I'm going for a smoke.
Okay, sounds good. You got this in the bag.
Senpai, what do we do?
You guys follow me. We'll all smoke together till we get an update.
Sure, I'll come with.
Senpai's the toughest around, and the coolest.
Ah, well. All for my adorable little underlings.
Buttheads. Yeah, he just said a deep cut there. A thing of the past, recruiting, like, that type of hierarchy outside. Alright, time for parkouring. Where are we heading here? Okay. What is this? Verge of Death, Wounded Tiger. Oh. Oh, you get skill books in the environment. I see. Huh. You know what I should really consider though? How much am I getting? Health boost. How much is... Oh, that's not a lot, is it? We can go up to 5k quickly. Okay. It's not as substantial per upgrade because it's across 6 now instead of 3. But the first health boost in Judgment was gigantic. Okay. Okay. Just slightly more in case I get like swamped.
Tastes good, Senpai? Smoking a cigarette in the classroom?
So you came all this way just to get your ass kicked.
Hey, Akane! Go get the other senpais!
Okay, I'm on it.
You guys better watch out. If your teacher busts you smoking, won't you get in big trouble? On the other hand, you guys could use a lesson in manners. and I'd be happy to teach you.
Huh? What the hell?
Bastard! So this is where you were hiding.
Now what? That mouth of yours won't get you out of this. I'm taking you down!
Mm-hmm.
Don't give me that smug look.
Can I disarm you? Oh, I can. Ow. The dodging, the deflecting mechanic is so reliable. Oh, I thought I could like dodge it, but I guess not. I need to be in fighting stance. I thought I could dodge that, but we only have it once. I can't block that either. I was trying to test out like the response and the grabs and stuff. I saw the disarm in the beginning. That was interesting.
Jeez. This guy's a maniac.
He's too good at this, man.
Hey, you mentioned compensation for pain and suffering. That still sound like a good idea?
No, we were just being stupid. Could you maybe forget all that?
Then from here on out, we're buds, right?
These kids, I can see it. Yagami, turn them to the light. Yagami. They put them on, set them straight, set them on the path of redemption. Yagami, you can do it.
Ow! Ah, my shoulder! Holy shit, that hurts!
At least them.
Yagami-san!
Maybe not like all
Tell
of
me
them,
everything you know about Mikoshiba. After all, you guys were pretty close, right?
Come on.
Mikoshiba Sensei showed up to practice, like, basically every day. Kind of a pain in the ass, if I'm being honest.
As soon as our coach would leave, it's like a switch would flip and he'd start drilling us. He'd make us do like 10 sets of cross-court dashes. And if even one of us lagged behind, it meant 10 more for all of us. That made it obvious real quick. Koda was our weakest link.
So Mikoshiba was especially harsh on her then.
Yeah, because she's such a freaking klutz. Even the first years got sick of her eventually. Only thing she did right was unite the team against her.
You gang up and belittle a single defenseless girl, a beginner in your sport, and you call that unity. Real classy. Listen up. Mikoshiba's parents have reported him missing. Foul play could be in the works here. He's been gone for far too long.
Hey, you think maybe Koda did it? Some kind of crime of passion?
This isn't the time for bullshit. Or you want to keep going?
Nope. I'll pass.
Have you talked to Sawa-sensei yet? He probably knows Mikashiba-sensei better than anyone.
All she told me was how exemplary he was, both as a student and a student teacher. And that he looked out for you guys, out of some sort of camaraderie.
Huh? She really talked him up that good?
Why, something off about that?
It's just... Sawa-sensei was really cold to him, no matter what he'd do. I actually brought that up to him one day. And it turns out the rumors were right.
Rumors?
Back when Mikoshiba-sensei was a student, one of his classmates apparently committed suicide. And Sawa-sensei suspected him of bullying the kid. I don't think he ever really got past that. He'd get all depressed sometimes.
Really? Sawa-sensei thought Mikoshiba was a bully?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I actually asked him about it once, but he just laughed it off.
He was framed. Possibly. There's definitely more than just foul play. Lots of foul play.
I teach English, and
It was
that's what I was
intrigue
focused on.
as well.
So as far as I knew, Mikoshiba-kun was a good student with solid grades back then. And during his time in training, I was under the impression he got along with the students just fine.
What did she really think about Mikoshiba? I'll have to press her on it.
You get a lot of points. I don't know if going into the health was the play here. Was there Eater or Mon? Interesting. What the heck? Oh. Target locked. Oh, that's the tailing thing. Mental. Right. Master when okay. Photo op. Bar stuff. Yeah, these things got moved around a little. Extractions back. And then gambling. Interesting. Gambling skills. Okay. Actually, what do you have in terms of Tiger stance has double quick step? Interesting. Finishing blow, Tiger. Oh, that kind of looks like the Flux Fissure. Oh, you still have the Flux Fissure here, too. Huh. Perfect guard. Okay. Okay. Clutch counter. Okay, the reversal on the is there anything overwhelming parry? Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. Sensei, maybe in the office? Sorry, my bad. Yeah, the student teacher, the teacher room. Here.
Hi there. Has Sawa-sensei gone home?
Actually, she's in a meeting with the chairman.
So then she's at his office?
Yes, but I think they may have some visitors.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Visitor? And take a look at the photo.
Hey, suspicious. Hey. Hey. What the?
Oh. Okay, it's not him. Fair enough. Oh wait, yeah, it could be Ehara's son. How far teacher? Because of the uniform, it's up to date. It's recent. It's the Seiryo's uniform. There's a book just called The Movie. Alright, up to the 3rd floor. I'm starting to get the layout of the school. Ayabe?
Pardon?
Oh no. For a moment there I'm like, is he back in the series? No, but looks like it's a Kanagawa PD.
Yagami-san. Those men are with the Kanagawa police.
Yep.
They said they're here to make inquiries about Mikashiba-kun's disappearance.
And they asked to see Sawa-sensei too?
Yes. But I have to ask, can you tell me what's really going on? You were asking questions about Mikashiba-kun as well.
I should leave it to the police to fill you in on that. I mean, their sources are probably more recent than mine. They should have the latest details.
Mikashiba-kun is no longer with us, is he? Then it's just as I feared.
The music though. Hmm.
Two months ago, a young man named Hiro Mikashiba went missing during his stint as a student teacher. Mikashiba quickly becomes the center of attention when his rotting corpse is discovered. And Yagami scours the school for any clues left behind. Rumor has it, Mikashiba drove a classmate to suicide in his student days. A rumor that the school faculty is seemingly unable to deny.
Two sides of the same coin. Classic turn of phrase. Not reporting the identity, huh?
Yagami-san, why are you still here?
Because I care. Now, if you're open to the idea, you think we could walk and talk?
Why? So you can grill me with more questions? You realize the police just finished doing that, yes?
I figured they'd come knocking sooner or later.
Then you knew Mikashiba-kun was murdered, didn't you? And that's why you've been snooping around our school.
You're not wrong, but can we please take this elsewhere?
The "you're not wrong" phrase, man. That really captures the times.
If you knew Mikoshiba was murdered, why didn't you tell me up front?
Because that information's not public. Didn't the police ask you to keep quiet about it?
Well, yes, but even so...
What sort of questions were they asking you anyway?
I thought I was supposed to keep quiet.
Cute.
Now I'm going to ask you one last time. Please, stay off our campus. You don't belong here. I mean, what if you end up injuring a student? It would be a nightmare for all of us.
Nobody's getting injured. All that's water under the bridge now.
Is that so?
Yeah, and I should probably mention, I'm the new advisor of the Mystery Research Club. I have the chairman's approval and everything. So it looks like I have a place here after all.
What? Since when?
I think we're getting sidetracked here. Did the police ever mention a suspect?
No. All they told me was what happened to Mikoshiba-kun. That he's no longer a missing person. That he's dead. And was dumped in a derelict building.
My condolences.
That was all we found out. The police were the ones asking the questions, not us. They hardly gave us room to breathe.
Yeah, sounds like an interrogation, all right.
Ehara connection, that's true.
Is there anything else?
Actually, there is. I'd like to know your thoughts on Mikoshiba-kun's killer.
What?
For example, take Akihiro Ehara, a man who took this school to court over his son's suicide. Mikoshiba came up even then, as a culprit bearing some responsibility for that.
Ehara-san? But he got arrested for that groping incident at the train station.
So the police really are keeping their lips sealed.
Must you always be so cryptic?
It's possible Ehara-san had a hand in Mikoshiba's murder.
What?
Despite being incarcerated for 2 months, he knew exactly where the corpse would be. He revealed it upon being sentenced. This was before the Kanagawa police had even ID'd the body.
Then, was it really Ehara-san?
A court would say being in jail is about as solid an alibi as you can get, but he could be connected somehow.
How do you know all this, Yagami-san?
I'd tell you, but I showed you one of my cards, so now it's your turn.
Huh?
I've heard you weren't as big a fan of Mikoshiba as you led me to believe. That true?
This again.
You knew he was a bully all along, but yesterday you told me he wasn't the type.
Okay.
I just want to get the story straight here. Did you have a sudden change of heart, or were you lying to me for some reason?
It's not that simple.
Oh, one more thing I learned today. It was Mikoshiba who turned the basketball club against Koda-san. Pretty sadistic for a would-be teacher.
Looks like he's irredeemable right now.
That's enough.
Then it's not a stretch to say he probably was a major factor in the death of Ehara's son 4 years ago? And I think it's also safe to assume you know more than you're letting on, right? This is murder we're talking about here. Lies aren't doing anyone any favors.
His name was Toshiro.
Sorry?
Everyone keeps saying Ehara's son, like he's just another statistic. He had a name, for heaven's sake. Toshiro.
Right. I'm sorry.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have papers to grade.
Sawa-sensei, please.
9 o'clock tonight. I'll be at Plage on Izazaki Road.
We'll finally have a real talk?
Something like that.
She must be trying to bear all the responsibility because she's the senpai. It was his senpai. Or sensei in this case, I suppose. And you can see it. He's trying to protect. Trying to be as protective as possible.
Kaito-san, so I just left the school and tonight I'm... Wait, where are you?
Third stop of our bar crawl, that's where. I thought work was done for the night.
Licking the wounds of rejection, huh? Is the 99 gang with you?
Just Sugiura. Tsukumo said he had to get back to the office to take care of some kind of system trouble.
A computer crash or something?
Don't know. Something about a fuzzy searcher going haywire. I pretty much tuned it out, man. Anyway, you gonna come take his place?
Nah, I gotta stay sober. I'm meeting Sawa-sensei in a bit.
You what? God damn it, man, you are killing me today.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Would you simmer down? This is work, not whatever it is you're doing.
Kaito has a crush on Sawa-sensei.
I'll come be your backup. Where we headed?
Come on, you think I need a drunk co-pilot? Knock one back for me, though.
Hey, I better not find out you two got it on. Don't do this to me, Talk.
Yep. I imagine the DLC is gonna fill us in on what Kaito is doing while Yagami spends his time at the high school. Oh, wait. Yagami, turn around! Okay, hold up. Yeah, we're going back again. The bar district. What happens if I like just... Oh, that's what happens. No one saw that, it's fine. I was greeting for the coin. Yagami is a menace, a public menace on a skateboard. Hey.
Yagamishi, how was school? Kaito-san wasn't happy about you going solo, you know.
He'll live. He can cry about it to Sugiura.
So he does. Anyway, I couldn't help but notice Skenda Law bending your ear earlier. Anything important?
Right. I haven't filled you in yet, have I?
So a policeman arrested for sexual battery might have actually been involved in a murder? Fascinating, if not perplexing.
Yeah. And its roots could very well be Serio High School, where a student was driven to suicide 4 years ago. In fact, the motive for this murder may even be revenge. Tsukumo, could you find any mention of that suicide online for me?
Already done, I'm afraid. Once the chairman asked us to take his case, I looked into everything on the school I could find. If memory serves, he was a third-year student who hung himself at home.
I wonder what that's referring to. The press any button, cross the sea? That's gotta be a video game reference, right? Cross the sea?
The name of the deceased, Toshiro Ehara.
Yeah, that's him.
So, while I did find some murmurings about
kid.
it online, nothing really substantial ever surfaced. He didn't leave a suicide note or a will, and investigators never found anything salient.
Interesting.
So I was right before.
Suicide note. So was it made off to look like a suicide?
His father, however, suspected there may have been a bully and promptly took Serio to court. But without enough evidence to back it up, the system more or less spit him out. Even so, the lawsuit dragged on until this year. But that level of news hardly makes a ripple online.
Yeah, I doubt it would.
And that's all the intel I've dug up regarding the case. Huh?
What's that sound?
I'm testing a system I've been tinkering with. Thought I'd fixed this bug already.
System for what?
Well, it predicts the occurrence of crimes.
It predicts crime? No way.
Perhaps that was a bit of hyperbole, but it does come pretty close. Essentially, this system is designed to monitor and detect danger zones within a
Okay.
specific area.
Like a trouble
The
finder.
city itself, to be exact.
That still sounds pretty amazing.
If you say so. I basically cobbled it together out of pre-existing tech. Yagamishi, do you remember when I used my chatter search program for you not too long ago?
Oh yeah, that was a real trip. You pretty much hacked Chatter to see an entire social network at a glance.
Yep. And this system I've developed is a souped-up version of that.
Fair enough.
Though there are substantial differences, the principle is still... how about you just try it out? We'll start with this little window. It displays all relevant chatter posts after filtering the fluff.
And these posts are all pinpointed on this map of Ijincho?
Right. It maps out where in Ijincho each specific post was made.
Sure.
So my AI constantly combs through Chatter's database as it updates in real
Deep
time.
cut.
Then it extracts only the trouble-related chatter for display on the map.
So it actively seeks out trouble? It's wild that you can program around such a vague concept.
Well, in its current iteration, the AI isn't exactly genius material yet, so it still pings some false positives.
There's something else, Tsukumo. What are you going to use it for?
I'd like to use it for promotional purposes.
Like advertising?
Yeah, since we're still relatively new in town, we don't have the kind of rep that brings in regular business.
Okay.
And that is where my buzz researcher comes into play.
Buzz researcher?
Consider the glut of trends and terms strewn across social media. These buzzwords are sometimes clues to trouble beneath the surface. So, when the system picks up one of these words and we rush
buzz
over to save the
researcher.
day,
Fair enough.
the hope is our reputation will flourish as a result.
Damn, that's some pretty intense marketing you've got going.
Well, we probably won't be paid for impromptu cases, so this is sort of an upfront investment. But directly intervening before a situation gets out of hand will build us the brand we want.
That texturing on just the floor is pretty fantastic.
At least in theory. I'm not sure how it'll all pan out yet.
Well, I think you've got something there, Tsukumo. Mind if I give it a shot?
I thought you'd never ask. Though the system's got a long way to go by my standards. But with you as a tester, I know I'll get strong enough feedback to have this baby running in top form.
So you wanted me as your guinea pig all along.
You sure cracked that case quick. Anywho, let me get this app booted up on your phone. May I do the honors?
Go right ahead.
And that should do it. Here you are.
Okay, let's see here. This is just a big mess. How am I supposed to know where to go?
This is indeed too much noise. In fact, this is entropy in motion. This won't do it all. To solve this, we narrow down the keywords.
In other words, simplify our search?
Yeah, by manually filtering keywords, we can decrease false positives, thereby locating the right spot more accurately.
How do we do that? Does the AI do it for us?
No, not entirely. What the AI does is pick up on any keywords it deems important. Emphasis here on the word any. Meaning it'll turn out duds every now and again.
Yeah, that's still pretty busy.
And therein lies the predicament. To narrow these results down any further, we must depend on instincts, experience, and even inspiration.
So you're saying human intuition?
Precisely.
Arachnid
Even in this day and
man?
age, human intuition will trump AI every time. That is, until we all become cyborgs. But that's getting ahead of myself. As it stands, Yagamishi, you've got the best intuition out of all of us.
Well, let's just start with a post that smells like trouble. How about this one? I can smell the trouble brewing already.
Arachnid man?
Oh, interesting. And let's filter our results around that specific term. And there you have it. See, there's a concentration of suspicious keyword usage on this street here. As to what sort of trouble is brewing, you'll have to rely on your good old-fashioned eyeballs. Shady activity isn't always the easiest to spot, so maybe think of it as a sort of treasure hunt.
A treasure hunt for trouble, huh? Does sound right up my alley.
Doesn't it? I can already picture you out there, helping people in need until it all pays off. What could await you at the end of the trail? My heart rate is already spiking.
I'm just glad to have a helpful app for once.
You know what? That reminds me. I also have a gadget here you may find useful. Can't always be glued to your phone, right?
Whoa.
What is this?
It's a high-end sound collector. It boosts the volume of mid-distance sounds, making them easier to hear from farther away.
A sound collector, huh? I could use this to pick up cries for help, or even eavesdrop all over town.
That's the idea. With enhanced hearing and geolocation capabilities, you'll be a trouble terminator.
Just like I've always wanted.
Nice.
Now, I do have some other gadgets in the works, but I'm still fine-tuning their UI. I'll show you soon enough.
Looking forward to that.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Is that does that go under gear? No. It's just a gadget? Okay. Okay. Use gadget to find Arachnid Man. Oh! Oh no. I hit the... Oh no. Okay, extracts. At least we know most of these things now. Sure. Extracts. More extracts. I don't know what that was. A ROM of Fantasy Zone 2? Oh my gosh. Really? No way. Ooh, a detective dog. Wait. Oh, you can change the dog? Your Doge? Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. There are people. A hover drive. Wait, did they just Back to the Future me? Gate part open air. Wait, what is going... Okay, we see drones. There's the motorcycle. It is a thing. Wow. Man. They just think of everything, huh? Additional course. Oh no, he is gonna race on motorcycles? Wait, did I just see boxing? Oh my gosh, there's boxing. Oh my, oh no. What the freak? Battle style? Oh, there's another battle. Oh, okay. Dude. It's so overwhelming. Okay. Is now waiting for you. Okay. Whenever you visit, you'll receive money based on the distance you travel. Travel distance of vehicle. Okay. Don't forget to pay your... Aw, it's cute. 3 women. Oh, yeah. The girlfriends. Yep. We already... Rumors of mascots have been circling around. Follow the lead and become face-to-face with a mysterious girl. Ooh, they're doing like... After main story begins. Okay. Alone. Woman... trembles in fear as... Okay. Interesting. Ah, so it is another style. When to use a boxer style. Specialized in rapid attacks against one enemy. It makes... So he got another 4 style? Oh man. You make use of quick step. Yagami can land without... Counterattack by learning. Yagami can perform a counter with it. Okay, so this is the counter style. Okay. Learning skills. Many box skills can be unlocked at Gotoku boxing gym. Oh man, turning off from setting in the pause menu. You can turn off so that just train. Oh, okay, that's fine. Sparring partners, dude. What? Overwhelming. Okay, that was a little too much. I have so many thoughts. I have to not process all of that. There's so many things that came up with those items. Okay, where are we going? I'm going up here. Okay. The chatter about hearing arachnid man's groan is around here. Where the groan's coming from. Okay. How do I see. Oh.
I can hear it.
Gonna fall? Oh, what the? Oh. Yeah, hold on. Okay. How do I... Oh, I see the parkour. Okay. Parkour time. Oh. Can we make it with the grip alone without having to stop? Yeah. Dude.
Excuse me.
You okay? Doing that is so hard. Yagami is like jacked as all heck, man. That grip strength though. Huh? Who are you? Why are you here? I saw you from below. Came to help you. I'm saved. How did I even let my hand slip? Okay. Uh-oh. Eek!
Please.
Oh, are you a resident here? Listen, could you call for help? Don't tell me. You're the arachnid man. Wait, but there are two of you. I just made the connection. Arachnid man. Freaking Spider-Man. Oh no, I'm gonna...
Excuse me.
Okay. It's a bit dangerous out here, so would you mind if we come inside? Sure? That's kind of funny. Say, would you mind? Phew, that was close. Thanks for letting us in, ma'am. What the heck? Why are you two out there so high up?
Yagami.
I'm Takayuki Yagami, a detective. A detective?
Yep.
Yes. You see, as I was walking along, I saw this person was about to fall and... Okay. My apologies for causing a scene. My name is Shinataro Tamai. Okay, they're introducing their names. Interesting. And I'm Yutori Okachimachi.
By the way.
Well, Tamai-san. What in the world were you doing out there? Oh, well, that would be... Actually, I was bird watching on the roof and I just took a wrong step. Haha. You were bird watching.
Aw.
Oh, yeah, because the thing is, I heard there was a rare bird living around here. A rare bird, huh? Which one would that be? A white crow? Well, a swallow.
Huh?
Swallow. Ha! Ha ha. So you think swallows are common? Well, I'll have you know, it's a white one that spawned from a spanked... Oh, okay. So this is a throwback to Judgment. Yeah, so they just picked a different bird with a white mutation. Fair enough. I found someone talking about it on social media, so I came here right away. Arachnid man does bird watching. Something's off about this. I mean... Are you a resident of this apartment building? You're not, are you? Just a minute ago, you said someone was talking about this bird on social media, so you ran over here. Very impressive, Mr. Detective. You're a sharp one. This apartment has an auto lock, so how did you get in? Oh, well, that's... And the door to the roof is locked most of the time. And yet, you managed to get up there. Well, that's because I did the same as you, Mr. Detective. I climbed up the wall of the apartment. You climbed up just to do some bird watching. Yeah, I love birds so much. So that arachnid everyone's talking about, is that you? Yes, it does seem there are a lot of rumors about me. I just want to birdwatch from high places, but none of the buildings in the city allow non-residents inside. That's why I've been climbing the walls recently. So the so-called arachnid man was just a nerdy bird lover. This still doesn't make any sense. Pretty suspicious. Well, that's weird. Swallows are migratory birds. Shouldn't they be overseas right now to pass the winter? Huh? Let's Google that. He's Googling. Granted, this is from the internet. Oh, some shade. But the swallows who pass the winter in Japan are usually in the western regions. Seems like they'd be pretty rare here in Kanto region. Yes, that's right. They're very rare here, which is exactly why I wanted to see one.
Huh.
Okay, I see. You didn't think to yell and get help from a resident inside? What? Oh, yeah, I guess I could have done that. I didn't think of that. Ha ha ha. Pretty suspicious. Even though this is fishy as heck, it's not like I have any evidence. If I don't have evidence, I should back down, but at times like these, it sometimes helps to just observe. Observe. Oh. Boots, pants, hands. Oh, you panty thief.
Suspicious.
He's a panty thief. Can I ask you something? Huh? Oh, was there something else, Mr. Detective? What's that in your back pocket there? Huh? Well, that's...
This is,
I know what I know what they are. Those are panties. Good. Ew, those... Wait, are those yours? Could those be yours? Okuchimachi-san? I knew some of my best panties have gone missing.
I see.
So, it appears you fell when you were stealing panties. Anyway, I'm calling the police. Oh, okay. I'm going to be the next... Oh, Professor Panty. Oh, dang. That's a throwback to the Judgment. I won't be caught here by...
No way.
Fine, yeah. The new Professor Panties. That's a throwback. Go ahead. Oh, you do get a lot of extra SP from the battle rewards. Oh, darn it. That was going to be the next Professor Panty. I know all about the Professor Panty. I caught him myself. What? What? You took him down? Yep, there he is. Mr. Drone Guy. Even when I had him cornered, that pervert didn't even try to hide his creepiness. In fact, he was proud. He even leveled up, you know. Although, then yeah. He even brandished his darn panties at me, asking if I wanted to partake in the banquet with him. Ugh. He was brave to the end. Honestly, he pale in comparison to Professor Panty. You'll never measure up to him. Come on, let's go. Good luck, guy. Excuse me, thank you for getting that panty thief. Oh, I'm just happy to help. You said you were a detective, right?
Yep.
Yes. I typically work around Kamurocho, but lately I've been taking on work around Ichincho too. I'm currently working out of a detective agency called Yokohama 99. Feel free to contact me if you're ever in trouble, okay? Hehe, so you're going around helping people while also promoting your business. Smart. I get it. Well, next time there's someone I know in trouble, I'll make sure they find their way to you. Great, thanks. Is she a friend? Probably a potential friend. Okay. Alright. Hit the down and test. Yep. Alright, time to go back. The skateboard, though. As long as I'm on a skateboard, I don't think I can get encounters. Yeah, nice. Alright.
Yagamishi, how was your first outing?
Not bad. I handled the problem and name-dropped you guys, so all in a day's work.
Awesome. Sounds like the system's working gangbusters. By the way, if you'd like a little pro tip, you can enter keywords on your own, independent of any post.
Why would I do that?
Say you pick up a rumor in town, or hear someone drop a dubious phrase. Putting that into our keyword database will help refine the results algorithm. And thus, the program becomes more effective. In layman's terms, the more you enter new data, the more my program can learn.
Gotcha. So this thing can hone its street smarts along with me.
Correct. Do make use of the system often, if you could.
And we're that much closer to Minority Report. Shoutouts. Sure.
I know this is a lot, but one last thing. We've also got a bulletin board for case requests. A good number of them are somewhat beyond our current capacity. So if you ever feel like it, maybe you can pick them up.
Hey, never hurts to have more income. I'll take a look sometime.
2 case loads. Fair enough. So we have school stories and side cases still. We still have side cases in addition to school stories. Oh, interesting. Ah, that's how that works. So they took it. Interesting. I like how they changed up how it works now. More battle bonus. Let's go. Scaling up. Let's go. How do I are you telling me I can be on a Back to the Future hoverboard? Oh my gosh, I can. Of course. Oh my gosh, really? Dang. Nah, you didn't see anything. Guys, chill. 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 This is a fancy building. Definitely new. I haven't seen this building before. The plage? Is that how you say it? Interesting. Ryumong?
What's your problem?
Yeah, this looks like Liumang, just based on the imagery. What they're going for. Nice. Ow. Yeah, I was about to say when he blocked that baton, dude, that must have hurt a lot, especially with like the outside of your arm. Your forearm. Ooh. That's like broken forearm. Okay. One of the things I really love about their cinematography is how they always put into like scope perspective when they keep shifting from something that's happening somewhere else in between their characters. And this really struck me as like a, you know, like an old kung fu thing. Like say like a Jackie Chan film where something is happening in the background, but it was in the foreground, and then it swaps to the background, and then the foreground changes. That type of cinematography really adds scope and perspective between the characters. I love these types of scenes. It's great staging.
Sensei, isn't it? Stereo High School, Class 2-2.
Yes?
Sir?
Take a break. You guys don't say much, do you? After this is over, you better start talking.
Alright, these guys are not high school guys, so we're
Tell
switching
me
to
what you
Crane.
know.
We're switching to Crane now.
Here we go.
Oh, sorry about your windows, guys. Ow, what the? Oh, right. I can, oh, I can also, oh, okay. I was trying to figure out my, evasion timing and block timing, if I had any. Okay.
Sir, are you okay? I hung up with the cops just now.
Really? Just now? You want to keep going?
She took her time.
Yo, need a hand with these guys?
Huh?
Oh, I already like
Good
him.
job holding them back on your own.
Dude.
You're not the only hero here.
I mean, where did you even come from?
I was watching from inside, man.
Okay.
I like
Shouldn't get
him.
involved.
Relax, fella. Allow me to show you how it's done.
Hey, hold on.
Listen up. I'm just gonna warn you. I'm a better fighter than this guy.
Oh, really? Oh, I like his stance. I'm
Yeah,
familiar
you're
with
welcome.
his stance. His fighting
Right.
stance.
Thanks for making them slink into the night before I could even ask who they were.
Huh?
Later.
See you, Mom.
Can I help you?
I came here to meet someone. I'll just check upstairs real quick.
Oh no. Hmm. Oh.
Sensei, are you okay?
Oh, did they get to her first?
Did someone get here before me?
Like,
I'm sorry.
like cause her to skedaddle, yeah.
There's nothing I can say.
Yep.
I can't tell you anything you don't already know.
What happened up
They
here?
pressed her.
Did someone come to intimidate you? Someone who might be involved?
I couldn't make out who the woman was. She had sunglasses on.
What did she say to you?
That I need to stay away from this. The whole Mikoshiba-kun case. And then she said that you need to do the same.
Me too?
Yes.
And what if I were to refuse?
If you said no. Then she told me I should give you this picture.
Huh?
Oda?
This is Mikoshiba.
Oh.
I'm so sorry, but I'm leaving.
Wait! I get it. At least let me walk you home.
Just stop! I don't want anything to do with this! If you come back to the school, I'd appreciate it if you would stop talking to me. There's nothing I can do to help you anymore.
Man. Okay. Quick search. Oh, okay. The return of.
Hey.
Yep. Alright. Got worked over. What's that? Pretty nice suit. Was he on his way to teach when he? Okay.
Hey.
What's that? Oh, we could find the rubble, the derelict building, right?
Suspicious. Suspicious.
Right. He was bound. Fair enough. Mm-hmm. Why would they come after me when the police have already kicked off there? That's a fair
Still
question.
so many unanswered questions.
Yeah, that has
That would be the
Leomon.
white mask of the Yokohama Leomon.
Yeah, it has Leomon
These guys
written
would
all
break
over
your
it.
knees for the right price.
So who
So
are
they're
you?
just a bunch of thugs for hire?
Pretty much.
Well, anything else I can do for you?
Is that an e-cigarette?
I've earned something of a
Damn.
reputation here in this town. But you've got a face I haven't seen anywhere before. Why are these goons picking a fight with you? Got any ideas?
I've got a hunch, but I'm gonna keep it to myself.
A tightwad, huh? Didn't I just bail your ass out?
Private Eye?
A handyman?
A
It's
handyman.
You got trouble here, I'm the one you call. I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty. I can handle shit the cops won't deal with either.
Oh, that type of handyman. Kuwana. Jin.
Not exactly
Jin
a service I'm
Kuwana,
in
huh?
need of at the moment.
Jin
Crossing that
Kuwana.
line is tough, and I prefer to do it myself.
Oh, really? And what line of work would that be?
I'm a private detective in Kamurocho. What is it now?
Some competition just showed up on my turf and made a scene, man. How would you feel if the situation was reversed? You wouldn't tolerate any disrespect, would you? So
Fair
state
point.
your name, and then you say, sorry, Kuwana, I made a bit of a ruckus here.
Exactly how high up the food chain is a handyman in this town?
I'm just trying to teach you some manners.
People let you teach manners around here? You can't even exchange cards right.
see you know how to block a kick. So let's move on to the next part.
Okay.
Don't let me down
now. Try. Actually, let's try this.
Now that's fancy. How's this?
A proper rivalry. I love this. That was absent in Judgment. Proper rivalry. It's kind of like Rush style. Oh, I can't guard that. That's low. Yeah, I have to be in fighting stance and dodge, I see. Oh, there's perfect guarding. I see. Oh, I totally thought I had the quick step. So I was hitting B.
Don't let me down.
Succeeded on the. It's okay. It's really limited in what it can do. Let's try a tiger now.
Now that's fancy. How's this? Hey, what else you got? Bring it up.
Oh, dang, that's so satisfying. What the freak, man? Oh, it doesn't. Okay. EX doesn't stop damage or command grabs. So at least I know that now too. Oh, get that.
Don't let me down now.
Alright, let's try Snake and see.
Let's go.
I can't believe I missed that deflect. But okay. I can't deflect in the middle of strings. Nope. Doesn't look like it. What the heck? Where are my reversals? Can I not reversal that? Excuse me?
Now that's fancy.
So there's no reversals off that.
Hey, what else you got?
Oh, okay. I totally had that. That's BS on the window on that. Oh, I can't follow up on that? Alright, I guess, wait, what is this? That's not it. Oh, this is the boxing thing. That should not have a hitbox that gigantic. What the heck, dude? Hello? I have no idea what that did. Yeah, okay. Yeah, EX doesn't prevent damage anymore. So we gotta be a little bit more careful. I guess it boosts damage.
Now that's fancy.
Maybe.
How's this?
Oh, I don't know what the...
Hey, what else you got?
You can also get CC'd. Okay. I lost input there. I lost another input. What the heck? That tracking is so weird. That flipping tracking. I couldn't quick step. That is so BS. Dude, being able to... Getting CC'd during that is so BS. Alright, so we just play the same way, but just pretend like you can get CC'd every time. I need to remember that I need a fighting stance to keep tracking properly. Yeah, that ground bound is total BS. It has such a huge hitbox.
Hey, what else you got?
Yeah, that. And he's invulnerable during it. Yeah, you can't even preempt it. So you just wait.
Here we go. I'll get some. Let's do
That hitbox is ridiculous. That is so fast, and it tracks. Yeah. Freaking slide that tracks. Like, what the heck, dude? Cheapskate. You're freaking tracking attack. Like slides to left and right.
Better than I was expecting.
Right back at you. Give yourself a pat on the back.
That's the first boss, maybe?
You want to tone it down? Or you want another lesson?
If that's the first boss, we're gonna need some tools. I don't think we can do it without more tools.
I'm listening.
You don't know when to give up.
Time's up, both of you. The cops are almost here.
Oh, hey, Kaito.
What the? Sugiura-kun?
You know each other?
Interesting.
After we get out of here. Come on, let's use the back way.
How do they know each other? Yeah, I need something for more recovery or a string break. Any of the styles
Seriously?
need a string
How
break.
do a couple of grown-ass men end up bickering like that?
I was just finishing what he started.
Right now, it looks like the boxing thing by habit stance has enough recovery to rush combo break because of the buffering. Snake, you have to deflect. I don't think you can be aggressive with. And then Crane is not for 1v1. And then Tiger, it's countering. You gotta wait for countering. Counter-attacking. Wait for an opening.
Yeah.
It's too slow.
And you can thank Sugiura-kun here that you're still standing.
How do you even know this guy?
Kawana-san's our senpai here in Ijincho.
There you
He's
go.
the local handyman. He's got tons of connections both above and below ground. So, definitely a higher tier of service than us.
Have you been working together?
No, but we did pay our respects before we opened our office. Bowed our heads, asked for his blessing, all that.
Really?
Unlike someone, Sugiura-kun knows his manners.
Settle down. So, talk. Who were those idiots back there?
Kawana-san says they're a gang. The Yokohama Liumang.
Specifically, Liumang assassins called the White Masks. They
Okay.
were surprisingly inept back there, though.
Nah, they just didn't know who they crossed.
Hold up, assassins? Why would someone put a hit out on Yagne-san?
Maybe they were just out to scare you. I mean, I doubt even the Liumang would take someone out in public. They don't like crowds.
Whatever the case, can you find out who hired them? I prefer to know who wants me dead.
No can do. Even they don't know their clients. They get all their gigs piped in from the dark web. Good news is you can hire them yourself, too.
Okay.
Want me to hit them up for you?
No
Indiscriminate.
thanks. I'm good on the contract killing front.
Man, oh man. What kind of shit did you step in? If you're gonna make a mess in this town, I want in. Some things are better left to the locals.
Huh.
Especially when it starts turning gray.
Fine by me.
What is?
Having someone around who knows the ins and outs of Ijincho, man. Besides, don't you owe him for saving your ass from the White Masks?
He didn't save my ass.
Pull the stick out, buddy. I can tell he's cool. Yo, wanna grab a drink? On me.
Now here's a kindred spirit. You're on, but I'm getting round two.
2 peas in a pod.
See? I knew you weren't half bad.
Kaito and
Wait,
Kawada.
you don't mean now,
Kawana.
do you?
You coming with, Talk?
Nah, not tonight. I'm heading back to the agency. Got a few things to sort out.
Your loss. As they say, always take what comes, never chase what leaves.
Interesting.
My thoughts exactly. Except maybe a little more fancy.
It's like we're already old friends.
Yep. I'm gonna go back alone. Freaking 2 peas in a pod right there.
Huh?
Oh boy. What's going on? Wait, I know that guy. That's Iyama-san? Oh, the hermit. Oh, the extract hermit. That's right. What is he doing in... Well, I guess we'll find out what he's doing in Ichincho. Looks like you're in trouble. Alright. Extracting the past.
Hey!
I see what you did. Hey, back off the old man. Hey, Yagami-san. What's this guy to you? What's this guy, your buddy or something?
Yeah.
He's a friend from back home in Kamurocho. If you intend on getting violent, I won't stand and just watch. Who said anything about violence? This is merely a business negotiation. Oh, really? Yeah, see? Yama-san here has got talent. His extracts are exquisite, first-class commodities. Yeah, you sell them for way too cheap. If he really understood the economics, he'd jack up the price much higher. Maybe even get an online store going. Then he'd be really raking it in. As I said, that's a terrible idea. These extracts are potent enough to endanger a life. I refuse to distribute them haphazardly. Yeah, well, look where that attitude got you. You'll be a bum forever at this rate. If you want to change that, I suggest you work with me. Not a chance. You just don't listen to reason, do ya? I think he made himself clear. Now get lost. Oh, okay. Oh no. What did you drink? Freaking superhero? I see. Super villain. This extra you took it. Okay. Amplify strength several times. Yeah, sure. Do I get one? Alright. What is it? Alright. Says yet another powerful extract that I developed during my time here. Take it and you'll be able to match him blow for blow. Alright. 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 Kazamiya? He actually has a name? Kazamiya? Oh. Wait. Where is it? Okay. Immune to flinching? Oh, but I don't have any health left. Oh, unique? Oh. What the heck? Oh, I haven't done that yet in the first game. The unlocking guard break stuff. What the... Dude, it's so satisfying. Thank you, Yagami-san. You helped me out in a real pickle, just like old times. Speaking of, what brought you out to Ichincho? You're not done with Kamurocho for good, are you? Well, you could say I'm here as part of my journey of self-discovery. I mentioned this when we first met, didn't I? How I was abandoned in the mountains as a child.
Yep.
Oh yeah. You said you were found. You already had the extract formula on you, right? That's right. And since I don't have any relatives, that old document remains the only clue to the past I have. That's why I spent my life studying it, to see if it sheds some light on my past. Didn't you also claim you might be descendant from the Tengu? That's right. Not sure how serious you were, but did you find out anything else? Sense?
Yeah.
I'm afraid not, unfortunately. to come into Ichincho may be a step in the right direction.
Huh?
What makes you say that? I got a win of a researcher who lives here. Turns out he has an ancient codex that strongly resembles my exact formula.
I see.
Oh, okay. So you're thinking you found a lead? Yes. And I figure I might need to stay in Ichincho a while. That's why I reopened my shop here not long ago. As you saw, that thug set his sights on me. Well, there's nothing like your extract on the market. Sooner or later, someone's gonna come looking to make a profit. To mass produce them would be utterly irresponsible. What if they were to fall into the hands of criminals? You have a point there. At any rate, why don't you stop by my shop sometime? It's over in Chinatown. I'm proud to say I've developed quite a few new extracts since you last visited. Oh, really? Then maybe I should go take a look right now. Right now. By all means. I'll show you the way. Oh, we're just gonna go. Alright, cool. Alright. Let's go. Yeah, it does look like his workshop's alright. Same. Ooh, got some extra stuff. Make yourself at home, alright? That same pot with the fish in the box. Too bad his new home reeks just as bad as the first one. Now, do you remember how to brew an extract? I kind of forgot how it all works. It's been a couple years. Wait. What do you mean it's been a couple years? I thought it's only been 6 months. Oh, did they fast forward? What? Not to worry. I'll be happy to go over the process again. Think of an extract as a constant. Yeah, okay. Yep. The last thing, something you cheat. Yep. Perhaps it emits a pheromone that inhibits aggression in certain types. Oh, cute. A thug spray. Okay. Yep. Yep. Files. Yep. Yep. 5 bentos. What the heck? All right. Okay. What did this do? Unleash a flurry of attacks with B that breaks through. Oh, yeah. This must be in the OG game, too. The previous game, Judgment. Okay. Yep. Get the materials, whip it up. Our mysterious gourd. Yep. Okay. Remember that researcher I mentioned? The one with the ancient codex? Well, we've been studying those texts together. But we hit a wall in our research. In order to proceed, we need to access to rare materials, many of them. I would hunt them down myself, but... Sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Suppose that way that extracts are designed to fix common issues. Most of the effects are for rather obscure situations. Alright. Okay. Collecting cat food and certain latex disposables. Alright. I have to find him some mugworts again. Alright. It's fine. It's side. At the sides. So let's look at abilities first. Nothing here, right? Yeah, nothing here. No. Okay. So let's look at dueling. We need something for dueling. There is boxer. I kind of like the boxer for the... It feels really nice to be in a 1v1 using boxer. Oh, but I need to go to a boxing gym. Okay. to unlock these anyways. Alright, then let's go back to Tiger, right? Let's see what we can do. Quick step blow, triple finisher. Good. Knockdown reversal. Getting back off the ground. What is Snake like when it comes to evasion? Clutch counter. A reversal when grabbed by an enemy, limited to tackles and oh, okay, I see. That's the reverse thing. No, actually, Tiger is the one that has double quick step, right? And guard reversal. Here it is. Yeah, so we have a guard reversal on here. Probably what we're gonna do. We need stuff for dueling, because that was rough. That was really rough if you can't mitigate damage. Double quick step, alright. Power sliding. Skill book. Alright. Well, double quick step. Dodge rolling is not really required. Countering melee, I think I can probably use. And then still need to regard is good. Flux fissure. What do we require? Skill book. Okay. Knockdown reversal? Quick step blow? Triple finisher. What did this do? Temporarily boost your attack after landing a finishing blow? Interesting. Activates during where? Oh, okay. Yeah. When at full charge will nullify the... Interesting. I think guard reversal might work out. Okay. Fine. My health is absent. Completely absent of health. It's alright. Yeah, bosses still have like permanent armor and all that stuff, so we need more tools. Wait. This way. Okay, I'm pretty sure that is a visual artifact. Occasional splash. Unless? Yeah. We'll do one more. Whoops. MSQ only is taking its toll on the boss fights. Boy, alright. What's up, Sycamo?
It's hard to imagine. And you're saying Sawa-sensei was given this picture?
Right. And it must have really shaken her up. She wouldn't even stick around to have a chat. Some mysterious woman handed her the photo. She's got to be linked to Hiro Mikashiba's murder in one way or another. If I had to guess, she's working with or for Ehara. But I couldn't tell you how they're connected.
It might even be that she's the one who hired the Yokohama Liumang to attack you at that restaurant. If they're telling you to drop the Mikashiba case, they're connected too.
A threat like that might have worked on a run-of-the-mill detective in over his head.
But how do you think you even got on their radar at all, Yagamishi? Mikoshiba's case is so big they needed hired muscle to stop you?
If I'm that much of a thorn in their side, the police investigation is worse.
Yeah, that's true. Even if they stop you in your tracks, Kanagawa police would just pick up the trail right where you left off.
I have to figure, I'm not the one they were really there to threaten into staying silent. It was Sawa-sensei. 4 years ago when Toshiro Ihara killed himself. Apparently, she thought Mikoshiba was the one bullying him. I set up that meeting with her so she could tell me more about what really happened at the time. But as of now, someone's pretty bent on making sure she doesn't reveal that. That'd be my guess.
Well, if that's the case, I'm afraid their threats were actually pretty effective. Sawa-sensei's lips are sealed now. There's not much we can really do about it.
Don't worry. I'm not near done yet. Besides, they've already made one big mistake.
Yeah?
They hired a gang thinking they could scare a detective off the scent. No way in hell they're expecting me to double down even harder on it.
You're totally right. That was a rather massive oversight on their part.
That night, the news broke on every channel and across the internet that the corpse found in Ijincho had been identified. Every student, teacher, and faculty member at Seiryo High School would know how Hiro Mikoshiba died. The details were heartbreaking, and a lot of lives were about to be turned upside down.
Huh.
The alleged bully, Hiro Mikoshiba, turns up dead. There is no mistaking the motive in his murder. As Yagami looks into the heart of the matter, a suicide 4 years prior, he is met with brutal backlash from the underworld. Why does Yagami face resistance at every turn? As night falls over Ijincho,
Nope, can't
the answer
tell.
slips further into
No
darkness.
clues if we know who that person is. If we cross paths with that person. She might even work for the school. Red Knight. Genda
Yes,
Sensei?
we have grief counselors on site.
Hello. You've reached Seiryo High School.
Oh.
Yes. It's tragic news. Mikoshiba-kun was one of our student teachers here, and the school is coping with it as best we can.
Of course. Yes, our parents and guardians have every right to be upset about this. Yes. Oh, yes.
Now to the murder victim found in Izazaki Ijincho. Authorities announced that they have identified the body as Hiro Mikoshiba, a student teacher at Seiryo High School. Autopsy reports indicate the cause of death was blood loss from a sharp object. Mikoshiba was reported as a missing person 2 months
So, what's the plan today, fellas? Honest, this hangover is kicking my ass. I'm gonna be kinda useless.
Maybe don't drink until sunrise.
That's no good. Without you, Kaito-san, who's gonna be the brains of this whole operation?
You'll have to manage, man.
I figure I'll head back to Seiryo High today. I should check in on Sawa-sensei, see how she's holding up.
She's got a lot on her shoulders now, huh? Pretty teacher like her doesn't deserve it.
Right from the outset, Sawa-sensei flat out denied that Mikoshiba ever bullied Toshiro Ihara. But then we learned she confronted him about his actions 4 years ago. Which means she was starting to suspect he was the bully.
Then some chicken shades shows up, makes some threats, and suddenly Teach's lips are sealed shut, huh?
Whoever she was, she has to be involved with the murder. How else could she have Mikoshiba's picture from right before he died?
It's almost like the killer was trying to hide any trace of bullying. And if so, that's pretty bizarre.
Yeah,
Why is
that's
that?
a weird motivation.
I mean, if Mikoshiba
unless
really
it's
was
not
the bully,
attached.
why bother covering that up?
Yep.
Wouldn't it work in their favor if word of that spread? That way the murder would be, I don't know, more justified?
Yeah, I do see the logic there.
Okay. But what gets me is, why would Sawa-sensei change her answer like that?
Have you considered she may have been pressured to hide the truth? Perhaps by an overcautious superior? I wouldn't put it past Chairman Okuda to pull something like that.
I doubt he has that kind of sway over her, though. Sawa-sensei doesn't exactly mince words with him.
Yeah, fair.
Guess we'll have to ask her directly if we really want to know.
Yeah, but didn't she make it pretty clear you need to keep your distance?
What kind of a detective would I be if I gave up because of that?
Point taken. Well, is there anything I can do to help?
Oh, sure is. Help me kick this damn hangover.
Say what?
Might as well hang back, Sugiura. Only I can get in and out of the school without raising a red flag right now.
Yeah, Kaito is just there, but we'll kind of find out what he does later on. All right, well, this is a good place to stop for it today. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, good place to stop. And so good. All right, guys. As always, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. You're gonna watch this later. Thanks for watching. Always feel free to leave a comment. Love discussing and sharing. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that net positive lifestyle, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.